evening. Hello, hello. Mark, nice to see you. Mark, I hope you're doing well. Also, Sammy, hello. Thomas, hello. Izmir, hello. Tomavi. Captain Meow, hello. Rabonios, hello. Aliamar, moin. And Beethoven. Pilot 19. Beethoven, thanks so much for wishes. Yes. So, some people have already seen my post on Discord announcing a bigger break from streaming because of holidays. And Ozzy, thanks so much for the 31 months. Ozzy, hello to you. How are you? Happy weekend. Yeah, so I'm going to be on holiday with my wife, going to Norway on a 2 weeks cruise. I'm very much looking forward to that. And so that's why there's going to be a longer break. Yeah, so Thomas, I mean, I've seen the, you know, the Northern Lights many times while flying, and I, up to this day, I've always found it very beautiful and quite breathtaking. And but I think for my wife, I don't think my wife has ever seen, you know, the Northern Lights very clearly. So yeah, and she's the emotional type. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if she started crying when she sees that. And empty cross, hello to you. Yeah, so we were taking a cruise from Bergen all the way up to Kirkenes and then back again to Bergen. It takes about 2 weeks. Yeah, we're very much looking forward to that. Cool, guys, welcome. Welcome everyone. And MAN, hello to you. MAN, are you flying along by any chance on any other flights today? So we are doing 2 flights today, and for some reason my Stream Deck isn't working, which is quite annoying. But let me type that in. So we're doing the iniBuilds A350 from London to Keflavik, and then return flight Keflavik to London. We'll be doing. hang on. We'll be doing the A380 from FSLabs. And thank you to Shilen. Hello to you.
Sadly can't join the flight or stream today.
Okay.
Thank you very much for the informative and high quality streams. Enjoy your holiday and see you next time.
That's really kind for the kind words, Shilen, and thank you for the 26 months. Thank you very much. Yes, yeah, we're in need of holidays. So my wife and me have done a lot of work over the Christmas period and this January. So we're looking forward to it. Hey John, hello to you. And Lilo, hello. And MAN, you are joining. Nice. No, so interesting enough, Wonders, it's not Hurtigruten, it's actually Havila. So they have newer ships, and they're actually running on either gas or battery. So they claim the gas that they are taking on is completely made by renewable energies. If that's true or not, I don't know. But yeah, so pretty much. I wouldn't say emission-free, but looking very nice with these ships. Hey, Cannon Plug and Beethoven. So Beethoven, yeah, your old homestead. Which is that? Bergen or? And Lisa, hello to you. Wie geht's hier? Yeah, Lisa, I will be reporting. So I probably will be posting some pictures from time to time. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I've never done a cruise. Neither has my wife, so we're both very much looking forward to it. Let's see how that goes. The cool thing is that it's got 32 stops altogether, up and down. So there's lots of little harbours that we'll be staying on. And I think 3 or 4 of the stops are like for, between 3 to 8 hours. So, oh, and they are going to be cruising in March. End of March. Nice. Oh, and you've lived and worked in Oslo for 23 years. Nice. Yeah, beautiful city as well. Right, guys. Shall we get going? I'm excited. I'm honestly excited to try out the iniBuilds A350 again. And then later, of course, on the return flight, the A380. So we're flying big jets today, which I'm particularly interested in seeing how they run. And I'm using the Moser a different profile today, where I've dialed down the pitch sensitivity a little bit. So hopefully, the A350 won't feel that twitchy. John, I'm not sure. I'm not sure about. I know the A380 doesn't have many failures. I asked Bruno. He confirmed there are not many failures. We can try some things on A350 to see how how that goes. Although I remember the last time we had an issue, then didn't we, where we couldn't clear the failures anymore. Rabonis, sure, yeah. If you write me on my Discord, send me on a private message on Discord an email address, I will have it forwarded to you. No problem at all. Good. So welcome to the briefing room, everyone, and flight time. The flight time isn't actually that bad today. So I am planning on there we go. It's a bit delayed though. Oh yeah, there we go. So flight time is 2 hours 29. Yeah, Raboni says that's the easiest thing. Or if you want Rabonius here on a PM here on Twitch as well. Both is fine. Whatever you prefer. Cool. Yeah, so 2 hours 29. Okay, yeah, Discord is fine, like I said. Wonderful. Good. Let's just quickly check the weather here in London. London does have. We have London delivery, and we have London ground, and we have Heathrow approach, but we don't have Heathrow Tower, which shouldn't be an issue though. Weather currently, information uniform, departure 27 right, which I have planned with. Yeah, the Umlaut to 1 Foxtrot departure. Currently runway condition wet, wet, wet. How's that possible? Always, I thought the sun is always shining in London. Never seen rain in London. Strange. All right, but today is raining for some reason. Right, wet, wet, wet. Right, here it says for start, a taxi contact tower, 18505. That can't be right. This tower isn't online. Right, it must be the old 80s or something. And we've got 999er on the altimeter. Let's quickly check for the weather in Keflavik. And no 8 is there, but the current META is fine. It has +2 degrees, interestingly enough. 70 at 4, but I would assume that we're going to take runway 1. I mean, did plan for runway 10, but I think runway 1 would be also possible. Easy. Yeah, so also now, interesting enough, the alternates. Now, usually when you fly to Keflavik, there isn't. Well, if you fly an A320, you do find some alternate airports. However, if you fly there with a larger jet, then yeah, you don't have an alternate on Iceland. So the thing like Bravo India Alpha Romeo Akureyri, or here on the eastern part it's EGLL. They're not really good alternates for heavy aircraft. So what we've decided to do is we're going to take Dublin as the alternate. So we would come back all the way to Dublin in that case. But yeah, I'm optimistic that we are going to be able to fly and land in Keflavik. I did say on 20 minutes extra fuel, so we could do one missed approach, a quick pattern if need be. Also the routing today, I did choose to stay out of Shanwick Oceanic. So at SIG there, the point you're seeing is actually right on the border between oh no, hang on, it's not this route. What am I talking about? No, it is actually Shanwick. Interesting. So it's going to be one little part here where it's going to be in the Shanwick Oceanic, and then we go to Aldan. It probably would have been a little bit more simplistic if we'd chosen a fix right at the boundary there to avoid Shanwick, but as far as I'm concerned, if there isn't ATC online, then it shouldn't really matter that much today. want to just check if they have online services there. If not, like I said, then we're not going to worry. Nah, there's no Oceanic ATC right now. Cool. So, yeah, let's go from AT6 on the routing to Aldan, and then we do the arrival. And like I said, I do plan to go for maybe runway 01. Just makes a nice straight in up north, and then also for taxiing. And that way, yeah, we're just going to land, and then we can get out at Kilo Echo November, and then go on the apron. Later on, if you do plan to fly along on the return flight with the A380, I will be planning to park myself here on the east apron. The reason is, as far as I can see, if we take a code F taxi chart, so for the A380, then there is no possible taxi on November 4, and there's no parking spots here. So that means it makes more sense on the eastern kind of cargo apron there, and from there we can taxi out accordingly to all the runways. But that's for the return flight, like I said. Nothing to worry about right now. Oh yeah, so John, I had to cancel the 737 sim mission because we had very slippery roads that morning, and so we also had issues on the motorway, and so I don't have pure winter tires. I have like all round year tires, which, you know, the grip is better than summer tires, obviously, but not perfect. So that's why I opted to postpone it to maybe February. But thanks for asking, John. And Oxkilo, hello to you. Yeah, sure. I mean, you know, I've got lots of time in February, March, so I'll be able to set something up then. No problem at all. Good. Let's go back to London Heathrow really quickly. And so we are going to depart most likely 27 right for departure. It did say 27 right, if I remember correctly. Yeah, 27 right departure, exactly. Right, so we are going to plan for the Umlaut 1 Foxtrot. And let me see, is there an overlay chart here? No, it does not. So we can just take this one, and you can see it's a conventional SID. Oh, John, yes. Oh, remind me, please, because I have gotten, you know, there's so many wonderful people here in this community. I've gotten also an invitation to Munich to fly an A350 simulator by one of the gentlemen called Starfighter, I think, here on Twitch. But John, no, which simulator did you invite me to? And thank you for the invitation. Good, so... Oh, the ship sim. Was that in Helsinki? Hang on, Helsinki... Yeah, remind me, please, where that was. I'd love to come and have a look at a ship simulator. Absolutely. Good, so we can see we've got some departure straight ahead, 296 degrees bearing towards Bravo Uniform Romeo MDB at 4 miles DME London to 7 DME London, and then we turn right 355 bearing outbound Burnham to cross 8 miles between 3 and 6, and then 10 miles cross between 4 and 6, and then Umlaut at 6,000 exactly. Initial climb is going to be 6,000 obviously, but apart from that, nothing special. What is special though is when we taxi out, so we're parked at Terminal 5 Charlie, So as we taxi out, probably Charlie and then either Bravo or Alpha. Let's say it's going to be Alpha, then we taxi Alpha, Alpha. Oops, and then, hang on. Oh! Stand by. There we go, so Alpha, and then it's going to be hold Pluto very lightly. So I'm going to taxi all the way down here, and then hold Pluto. Quite typical, they have these holding points named according to some planets. Yeah, then we depart 27 right. No hotspots there. One more cool thing I would like to show you is if we go to the flight deck. One more cool thing I would like to show you is interesting. Hey Fabian, hello to you. Oh, that was in Stockholm. Ah, yeah, I thought somewhere Oslo, Helsinki, Stockholm, and I thought, hang on, I go with Helsinki, but yeah, Stockholm. Yeah, thanks for the invitation, John. I'm optimistic. At some point, we should be able to do that this year, maybe. Fabian, Grüße, wie geht's? Good, and like I said, there's one more thing I have made, and I want to emphasize something today, and that is, and Senshai has been kind enough already to upload it. You will find this abbreviated chart here for approach preparations. Yeah, me too, John. And why have I put this up there? Well, I want to be emphasizing the preparations a bit more going forward regarding approach preparations, because I've been neglecting that a bit, which is something which is unrealistic IRL, because in real life, that part where you know, before you even start your descent towards the destination airport, you do certain things, you do some preparation work and briefings even. And there's a few things that have to be considered. And so I try to structure this a bit more. And I'm going to try to apply this as well from now on. So this is the short abbreviated version, and I have also made a document PDF file, which I will upload to Discord, to the members section, the subscriber section there. And that actually has more explanations. Maxi, hello to you. So, so there. Wow, I'm always surprised how resource intensive Acrobat is. Right. So here actually I've made, in that file, I actually made some explanations regarding the, you know, those little points here. We'll talk about valid plan B, right? I'll talk about the specifics regarding landing distance calculations and what you have to look out for. Yeah, and then some more, you know, definitions. Yeah, some tips and tricks and explanations as well, that I may fill in some more things over time if I feel like there's you know, some new information that could be good. And then yeah, on page 3 here, that's the same thing. Yeah, you can print it out maybe, or save it on your hard drive there. Good. That's pretty much it. So that is the plan for today, at least for the first flight. So let's get started. Now we have been outside, and outside what we normally do before we even get into the aircraft. So we can see that we do have some covers, and obviously we would have them removed by maintenance. We wouldn't remove that ourselves, right? So we make sure that the APU outlet is clear. There's no obstructions. There's, hey MCK, hey, how are you doing? Nice to see you. So we check there's no, you know, vehicles or any obstructions there at the exhaust of the APU. In general, just make sure there's no more gear pins installed. That way I can tell maintenance to get them off quickly. And same thing with, we make sure that the aircraft is chocked And then, of course, we'll also make sure that the pitot static lanes are already clear. Now, these will be checked again on the official outside check, but this will be like a preliminary safety inspection when you approach the aircraft, and that's more a thing for the captain, really. Good. Let's get all the batteries on, and then let's make sure that we do have spoilers, flap lever, start switches cut off, weather radar should be off, and then also the wipers are off. External power available. Let's get that on. And let's get the aircraft started up. And let's keep fingers crossed. We don't have WASM crashes today. But I'm optimistic. Let's put it this way. I'm optimistic. Good. So ground, activate services at terminal. Good. Now let's have a quick look at my flight ops menu. Flight ops plan. No, let's go to flight ops status. Sim brief import. That's what it's going to have. Good, so we called Speedbird. Mark will love this. So Speedbird 824 heavy. London to Keflavik. So let's do set the refuel rate. Shall we load with GSX? Shall we try that? There we go. Let's load. There we go, fuel requested. Cool. Oh, the cockpit sounds are too loud? Yes, sure, absolutely. Absolutely. I always thought the A350 would be an aircraft that is, quieter like the Neos or something. But why? Can we? Oh, hang on. Is there a setting for sounds in here? Options. Sound. Volume. There we go. Volume control. Okay, let's do that differently then, right? Let's not dial down the sim sound. Let's dial down the systems. That's better, right? And Avenger, nice to see you. How are you? Much better. Thanks, Thomas, for the feedback. I appreciate that. So block fuel from SimBrief. And currently we've got 12 tons, so that should now be excellent. Right, just like any other Airbus, we start out and MCK. I was going to ask you, MCK, are you able to do any real world flying? Because I know you have a PPL. Strobe light go off here on VATSIM, so we don't flash right now. No mobile on. There's nobody boarding now right now. Okay, that's fine. Let's do the fire test. And Keflavik, moin. Precious. Oh, really? August 24. So, do you know? So your PPL is obviously still valid, but there's a time frame, right, where you have to do like more retraining again, reactivation. Yeah, by class rating. Okay. Right, the rest seems okay. I'm going to start the APU in a minute once we finish refueling. And we are refueling, that's nice. Excellent. Good, let me have a look at the pedestal here. I'm going to go VHF1 on. Make sure we don't transmit anywhere. 1228. Transmit. That looks good. And that's alright. Oh, and parking brake on, obviously. All the pilot, hello to you. So, interesting enough, so part of my my system hardware from WinWing is actually working here with Simat Pro, so I can use, well, interestingly enough, weirdly enough, my EFS panel is working, but not backlit here. That's strange. Now we did say the QNH is 999, which I've already set, and then I already know that we can go up to 6,000 feet. So I'm going to dial that in here as well, 6,000. Constraints on. Good evening. And then we're going to go and load the flight plan. So we have a good database. So let's go to flight plan. And then we're going to go to, actually hang on, let's go init first. Then we can go flight plan request. Received, insert. And I can already see that the headwind component has disappeared, so it should have loaded the wind data as well, right? So that should be interesting. We'll have a look at that in a minute. Now, even though it says company wind request, let's have a look. Cruise. Well, I mean, we may as well request wind data in this case. Init wind, thank you. Init. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Right, ground. Thank you much. Okay, it didn't have the cruise winds, interestingly enough. So let me request the cruise wind. Ah, it does. It does. Of course. Yeah, of course. You have to choose a waypoint where you're going to be very likely at cruising level. It does make sense if you. Oh, it still has that. Okay, now it's received it. Good. So we have that. Descent winds also in. Fantastic. I'm happy. So let's do flight plan, and then we'll do the departure out of 27 right. SID is the umlaut 1 Foxtrot. No transition there. We can insert that. So we have 355 umlaut looking good. The rest of the routing is looking fine as well. And then we can enter the destination arrival. So we'll take 01 for the arrival. I'll have the ILS Zulu 01. We'll take the star. Let's check my flight plan here. That's going to be the Azurun 4 Mike. Well, that's going to be 4 November, obviously, if you go onto runway 01. So let's do approach, Zulu 01, and that will give me Dexon as the via. depths on. And let's insert that. Looks good. Let me get have a look at the plan mode here, and then increase the range a bit more. And then let's go down and step down here. There we go. Here's Keflavik. Yeah, so the arrival straight onto the IS. Fantastic. No, I've never flown the A350 IRL. I mean, I didn't have the choice. So I have a choice between just a 787 and 777. And I didn't want to go to, to Munich to be stationed there just to fly the A350. The flight model, the last time I've flown it, it was still very twitchy. Now, I know that real-world pilots do say that the aircraft IRL is very sensitive to inputs. The thing is, though, I can't believe that it is that sensitive, compared to the iniBuilds A350. I think it still comes down to the fact that here we're missing the inertia of the aircraft. So what you can do is, and what I've done is on the Moser preset, I have dialed down the curves. So let me just show you here. Yeah, so for the x-axis, I have dialed it down. Now, also the roll was also. I'm gonna do both the pitch and roll. So BTV says they've changed the flight modules update. It's much more smooth now. Less. Oh, really? Okay, I'll tell you what then. I mean, we can change this on the fly. So then let me save this as standard. So linear curves input, and then we'll see how the new model reacts, if it really is less sensitive. Yeah, thanks for the feedback. Good. So we have the init. So we have the flight plan. I'm going to wait until we are finished with the boarding and fueling. Wind data, flight plan. NAFRAT or NAF8. Yeah, we do with that beacon, don't we? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and get myself the terminal charts. Now, I've got the Lido charts here. Yeah, let's leave the Lido charts on. And I use the linear on the thrustmaster. Yep. It's interesting, it has tempo apron charts. Probably going to have some work done here. Well, that's F only. Let's take this one. Where's my ground chart? Well, it also has tempo ground charts. Okay, runway holding us. Does anyone know? Are they repainting stuff here on the ground or something? Like it's got runway holding area depictions here on the chart. Well, I mean, it's not really necessary, is it? Because you have your boundaries there: Pluto, Saturn, Titan. So once you're cleared past that, you know that you're in the runway holding areas. And that says, so the only thing really, so what it tells you is that the holding areas, avoidance of other aircraft within the holding areas is the responsibility of the flight crew involved. So you got to bloody well make sure that you don't clip someone else's wings or tail. But I've always seen that as the pilot responsibility anyways, to be honest. So, I don't know. Don't know why they have to say, hey, Meg, how are you doing? Alrighty, let's pin that as well. And so, let's have a quick look here. Pinned messages, terminal, the pushback. Yeah, that's fine. We can go this way. And for the departure, so we got the umlaut departures here, and that's the one Foxtrot. Now for the text, we need the text here, which is going to be page, let's check, page 3, page 4, page 5, there it is, page 5. Yeah, umlaut 6000. And when it's dropped, we'll see who's online later on. Hey Hornet. Thank you much, Hornet. Appreciate that. Good. Let's have a quick look here at the loading. So fuel, we're supposed to have about 31 tons, and that's in. So I wouldn't be surprised now. Yep. Fueling completed. They're packing up. And we are on real time, by the way. So for the flight there. And who knows? I mean, we're going to fly with the sun, but it probably will be dark at some point. But the return flight, maybe we're going to see some northern lights today. Just saying. Just saying. Maybe we will. Good. Yeah, so Burnham Beacon is something I would like to have shown. So that's 421. Bravo, uniform, Aurora. Actually, no, ADF. Where's ADF? Is there no more ADF in here? Is it heavy on heavy pod driver? Sorry, pro driver. Sorry, heavy on VRAM. Okay. Anyone know? Is A350 doesn't have any more ADF? Question mark. You can switch one on the in the EFB. Ah, okay. So it's like an option for the an airline option. Okay, thank you. Right, you kept me out. An airline option. Okay. And the thing is that people probably say, "Oh, it's unrealistic." But I mean, so equipment, right? Oh, and that's because there we go. It's managed by delivery. Yeah. So because British Airways, they're so posh, they don't need ADF anymore. GG's. Alrighty. Cool. Now alternate is that alternate routing. Yeah, we'll do that maybe in flight. Oh really? Luft. Okay. Yeah, so Lufty doesn't have them either. Alrighty. Now pack some of these things should be filled in later. Now let me put this on this side for the simple reason that that way I know that I need to fill it out. Fill load. So let me put that there, and then here let's put performance on this side. So these are things that have to be filled out. Nice. So how about passenger boarding then, ladies and gentlemen? Round. Request boarding. Good. Now, how about... Oh, it's the wrong door. Okay. So we have to go close this one and open that one. So that's working. So GSX integration seems to be working. Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, ProDrive. Yeah, yes. I remember that last time someone was saying that as well. That you can switch around displays here. Yeah, but then I have to say, then I'm missing the rest of the oops. Then I'm missing the MCU screen. That's fine. We'll leave it like that. But I appreciate the input. Yeah. Let me go load sheet. There's a button left of the USB check. Let's try that. That's going fast. Next to the E, the OIS. FSLabs. Yeah, it doesn't matter, guys. Yeah, well, maybe we'll get a way around that later. Good. So that's done. Let me get my. Here. Let's take that to Arc as well, and then I'm gonna go zoom out or zoom in actually. Oh, Navigraph. Hang on, can I switch it now? Probably not, right? Because options. Hang on, but it is Navigraph nav data. I'm confused. You have to log out and log in? Professor San, how do I log out? Like go to sim default and then go back again? There's a reset Navigraph button. In the core maintenance, yeah. Oh. Oh, I'm blind today. Right, let's lock back in again. Ah, now it's loading. You guys are brilliant. Thank you so much. I appreciate the help. Because I know people will be telling me, why can't you... Why can't you load the map? That's one of the coolest features, the whole thing. There we go. Ah. Nice. Now we are in business. I appreciate that. Cool. Around. Let's check the load sheet. Currently 22 passengers. Yeah. It's alright. It's going quite fast. Anyways. So let's start the APU. Airbus, we are Speedbird. Yeah, because we are Speedbird going to Keflavik and going back in with A380. And so I thought British Airways would be a good delivery today. Hey, Real Dog Fan, how are you? Good sounds. Oh, look at that. Beautiful sunset here. Ah. Beautiful. Oh, we have tower as well now. 18505. Wow, we got lots of service now. Really cool. Look at that. Good. APU's running up. So now we have that available. So let me get the APU bleed on. Let's get some packs running. Let's get some fresh air. And then I can go bleed, pressurization here. Looks good. Speedbird is cooler. Relops. What do you understand? So banana or banana. You know what's relops to you? Psycho. I get confused sometimes with people saying, "Oh, relops," and I'm like, "Yeah, but what's relops to you?" Already dimmed down a bit for this place. No, we planned 367. Passengers, so they boarded 84 now. But we are using GSX for the boarding, so that's what. So apparently the cargo is loaded already. Yesterday I made a recording yesterday because I'm thinking about making a video about the whole thing with approach preparations, and I made some recordings. In Bremen, and I don't know what they have changed lately, but with the grass, etc., it looked absolutely spectacular. The lighting, the visuals, incredible. Yes, Real Dog Fan. We've done some cooking streams, and we've got some first videos online on YouTube as well. Now, we are a bit clueless though, because while we know it's kind of a niche kind of stream or video regarding what we cook at the moment or what we've cooked up to now, but the weirdest thing is that a lot of people have you know, I say a lot of people, let's say 50 people, or the video has got 50 views, and there's just no, you know, no comment really, no feedback, and also there's no like or no dislike, which is strange. So it kind of leaves us in the dark about, you know, how we can improve the streams. Like, you know, are the videos, or the videos, are the videos too long? You know, what's missing, right? It's called Galley Chef. Let me give you the link if you like. It's underscore chef there. It will us. Yeah, that should be the link here. Now, yeah, it is. Even though it's in German language, I did activate the English subtitles, so you can read the subtitles. How do you swap the FMS and EFB? Faber, apparently, what you can do. You can press this, for example, Captain's OIS on center. That will bring the the OIS screen here. Now, I'm not sure what this is supposed to do. You know, like avionics. Hayden, hello to you. Yeah, and the thing is, so I've ordered two cookbooks now for Indian cuisine. Now my wife, now she's made some Indian dishes in the past, but I told her that I would like to get going in cooking Indian dishes myself. I mean, of course, with her help, but that's something because I love Indian cuisine. So that's something that I want to do. Make some lovely recipes there, or cook some recipes. Right, that's all good, that's all good, that's done. So I'm just waiting for the boarding to be completed. We can increase the speed, right? And one big flappy hello to you. Greetings to India. Which part of India? Captain Chaos, hello to you. Yeah, happy Saturday, yeah. So I guess what I could do is reload SimBrief or set zero fuel weight. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to try to... I'm going to reload with SimBrief and then set zero fuel weight. Try another time. Are you kidding me? What? How to change the time? Flight. Still boarding only. Nah. Let me try it this way. There we go. Come on. Come on, you can do it. It's still going very slowly. That is weird. Yeah, so Prod Driver, but the thing is, I know that you can set it instantly when you set, it does ask you instantly. Normally when you press that set to fuel weight, it will set that immediately. but I've tried. Yeah, Mad Cat, that's why I disabled GS control just now and tried to set it manually. Didn't work. It loads all payload. Yeah. Yeah, but I can see the totals right here live. So I would say the cargo hold is... hey Svenja, wie geht's? I'm pretty sure that... Oh no, it's still loading as well there. What else can I do? I already briefed you guys. Now if... Oh, hang on, but 300 is, we're almost there, because 300 is what I opted in SimBrief. This is the maximum passenger load we can take, right? Yeah, I only said I want 300 passengers, so we're almost there. It's not that much more to go. Cool. So down a little. Right, it's just a tad here. Okay, cool. So we already briefed the taxi out again, the climb out according to the limitations that we have here, up to 6,000 maximum. We do have control, and sector is 2,100 east, south, and partly west, and then northwest is 2,200 where we're flying along. So 3,000 is going to be safe today. In the meantime, let me go ahead and fetch the latest weather. Let's do that on this side. We'll go to ATC.com here. We'll do direct ATIS. Departure. Pending request. How come I couldn't request that? Let's try that. So, departure airport is Echo Golf Lima. Gate currently is 535. So, 535. ATIS code. Let's try to get this one here. ATIS departure is information Lima. Destination. Station should be, delivery is going to be, should be Echo Golf Lima. Doesn't specifically say anything about PVC, but I would assume they have that. Transfer the mailbox. Let's see if that works. And a big thing to Nate.
Happy to tune in today, and then for many months to come.
Thank you so much,
Hope
Nate.
you have a nice flight
that's
today,
kind.
and enjoy your upcoming vacation.
Thank you.
Well deserved.
Yeah, thanks so much. Yeah, we are. I don't know, the last bigger holiday we had. I mean, we did on a camping trip last November, or end of October actually. So yeah, that was already some time past. Send ja, die Koffer. My wife has she already told me I have to get everything out, right? What I want to take with me, so that she can plan. She's a wizard when it comes to packing luggage. You would think it would be me, but honestly, I packed my suitcases fine, but my wife has a system where she gets like twice the amount into a suitcase compared to myself. So she's an expert in packing suitcases. That has become her job, if you like. And yeah, I have no say in that. Absolutely. Right, is there any way that I can message record all messages? Do I have to log in? Not really, right? No, that's for... Oh, really, Cargo Pilot? You do? No, my wife... No. No, that would drive my wife crazy. I also may need to reset Hoppy. Okay. I can try. Just put it on pause there so you don't see my copy code. Would be code. Yeah, we are connected, so let's see why. Alrighty, I'll tell you what then. We finished boarding. We may as well get going now. So we have the load sheet, 300 passenger total. Instant refuel is fine. And then that means we can close everything. So let's close. Also, let me disconnect the ramp out. So this. So we can disconnect the chocks and the GP. Hey, Peter. Yeah, for me, Cargo Pilot, that would be disaster because I honestly think I would miss so many things. 12980. So.
Ground 118. That's fine. All position ground 1218. So 780. Thanks, bye.
Is that louder for you guys?
Delivery, very good day. It's American 135 and 320 with the PDC. QNH 1000 ready for push.
American 135. Sure, hold position Heathrow ground 1218. 705.
121-705, bye-bye.
Heathrow delivered, this is Airline 28. Information kit on board, stand 317, ready for push and start. And not the hold position 11705, bye-bye.
Hold position 121705, Airline 28.
Speedbird 293, stand 544, request session start. Speedbird 29. I'm on the bye. Tag near the Speedbird 293. Speedbird 293, 11855. 11855, Speedbird 293.
Okay, Jacob, yeah, we'll do that in a second. So where's the refueling panel? It says it's open. It's not.
Windmill 693, stand 536, request push and start. Station calling code. Windmill Oscar, Echo Oscar 693. Windmill 693, thanks, hold position. Heathrow ground 12185, bye bye. 12185, holding position, Windmill 693, bye.
Anyone know how we can close that panel again? That's our virtual airline. Delivery, good afternoon from Speedbird. 824, information, Lima on board, stand 535, A350, 1000, requesting clearance to Keflavik, please.
Good 824, Heathrow delivery, hello, Keflavik on lap 1, Foxtrot.
Okay, I copied 27 right, umlaut 1 Foxtrot, but I didn't copy the score. Please again the score.
Apologies, 6020.
6020 on the squawk, Speedbird 824, thank you.
Good 824, correct.
So we have surveillance 6020, enter. And so now let's go quickly.
Easy safe for Quebec. Please hold Quebec, pass message. Hold Quebec, Heathrow delivery, hello, pass your message.
Cool. Good. So last thing to do, now that we've got everything loaded.
Request clearance to Edinburgh International with Airbus A320 and stand for 540, stand with information announcement. So back, thanks. Unfortunately on a flight plan, refile.
So then let's do that. So we've got the zero fuel weight, 186.2.
Give me a sec.
Fuel is 30.9. So let's go takeoff performance, sync the FMS.
There you go.
So takeoff weight 230.7. That seems a bit off, doesn't it?
Easy for Quebec. Going good evening. Requesting clearance to Edinburgh International. We are Airbus A320 stand 540 information announcement. For Quebec, thanks. Clear to Bravo.
So let's do that.
Lap 1 Foxtrot 715.
So 186.2.
Say again. It's on lap 1 Foxtrot 470.
Oh, look at that. Why do we have 44.5 in here now?
Easy safe for Quebec, cleared to Edinburgh
International. 30.9.
On lap 1 Foxtrot.
And the G currently is 29.7.
Quebec, correct.
and we have 300 passengers. Good. Yeah, that's true. It sounds absolutely good. Now that's entered. Let me check that again. How's that now updated for tech performance?
Aircraft 51 Heathrow, just low clearance
Sync the FLS.
massive 1 Foxtrot, 4671.
Runway conditions going to be wet. And we have altimeter 1000. Yeah, that's correct. 1000 it is.
6471.
Yeah, but the gross weight is 217.1. I'm not sure why.
Correct.
Yeah. Why it's not syncing that up correctly? 217.1.
Easy, search for Quebec, request pushback. Position Heathrow ground 121 aircraft should 155.
Let's compute that. Well, actually, let's take engine ITIs on.
121.05. Negative 855.
So it's going to be flaps 1 plus F, 34, 46, 52. And then under performance, confirm the speeds here. And that's now all set. Good. So let's read the first checklist.
Oh, let me start. Confirm 11855.
So let's have a look here. Check this one. It's been a while. So cockpit preparation checklist. Key pins, covers, remove. Fuel quantity 30.9 tons. Balanced. Power ref 1000. Set. And that is the preparation checklist complete. So let's do the before start items.
Thank you, clear to Miami, constant 3 Foxtrot 4557.
The lead is on. We'll get the beacon on. Get the transponder on. So go to surveillance. Mode is on. Mode Charlie transmitting. Fantastic. So let's go quickly to... Yeah.
906 position east for ground 11855.
Before start, park brake is set. Takeoff speeds, thrust. We have 134, 146, 152, flex 65. Slides. That should be indicated as armed. No, let's arm all.
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback.
There we go. Now they're armed. Fantastic. And nose will disconnect memo check. Anybody fan out? Has anybody else had the issue with the refueling panel door open indication there? I remember we had that before. And it has to do with the GSX integration.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
910 cleared Bristol, 3 Foxtrot 4454.
Locking gear.
Defender 910, correct.
Speedbird A24 is now fully ready.
Before hold position Heathrow ground 11855. Bye bye.
Hold position 11855. Good evening, Speedbird A24. Now I've got to remember that we have to be
LM 473 Heathrow pass message.
heavy.
855, FL2181, ready for taxi.
Oh, 855. Heathrow ground, good evening. Speedbird 824 heavy, stand 535, requesting push.
So 824 Heathrow ground, hello. Stand 5, actually, let's do that after the 340 passes behind, push start roof face north.
After the A340 behind, push start face north approved. Speedbird 834 heavy. So let's quickly edit that. So let's...
Windmill 693, request taxi.
Windmill 693, taxi Alpha, correction, taxi Bravo, hold at Titan.
Taxi Bravo, hold at Titan, Windmill 693.
The 293, contact ground 11705, via.
That's supposed to be the A340.
11705, Windmill 693.
Negative, Speedbird 293, 121705.
Heavy here.
Welling 5 Kilo Tango, contact ground 11705,
Well, I mean, he's moving.
bye-bye.
12105, bye-bye, 5 Kilo Tango.
That's the only aircraft.
Speedbird 293, you with me?
It's weird that doesn't show an A340. It should have that.
Speedbird 293, Heathrow ground.
There we go. Alright. Brakes released, ready for push.
Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Heathrow ground, good evening. Speedbird 906.
Thanks, Psycho.
Requesting pushback and start.
They watched your, yeah.
To 906
Good.
Heathrow ground.
So we've done the
hello,
before
stand
start
547,
checklist.
push start proof face north.
So that's complete. So let's get engine start. And then let's start the left engine. Engine 1 starts. Nice.
This Airbus A350 aircraft. Your safety is our top priority.
Top priority.
Please pay close attention to this important safety briefing. Fasten your seatbelt by inserting the metal tip into the buckle. To tighten, pull the strap, and to release,
Information must be H1000.
in case of unexpected turbulence. We'd ask that you keep your
Swift 688, correction Swift 668, Romeo, stand 520, push start proof face east.
oxygen masks will automatically drop.
Ooh. Whoa.
Be sure to
Nice.
secure your own mask before assisting others. Your life vest is under
Nice sounds.
inside your seat.
Like that.
If instructed to use it, slip it over your head, fasten the straps, and pull them tight. Inflate by pulling the red tabs or blowing into the mouthpiece.
Please set parking brakes.
Brake set.
Waiting your confirmation for good
Starting engine
start.
2. Now where's my floodlight? There's the floodlight. Dome light just a tad. Nice.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect.
Oh, look, the engine wobble.
Ground, aircraft 351. France 351.
Ali, hello.
What is that? France, correction 351, stand 511, push to the proof face north.
Yeah, nice sounds, I agree.
Oscar, Echo Oscar 693, contact Heathrow ground 121.7.
121.705, Windmill 693.
Guys, yeah, let me know if the sounds are
Tow truck
still a bit too
disconnected. Bypass
loud.
removed.
I'm still experimenting.
Left is clear. Right right is clear.
Good. Let's do after start items. Flaps are going on. It's turning out to be a FlightSim ASMR. Oh, for crying out loud! How do I get rid of that, guys? Anyone know?
2 station and 1 big on nobody.
The refuel panel door open. That's annoying.
The 906 taxi, right Bravo, holding tight.
Right Bravo, short tight, Speedbird 906.
Let's go flight controls here. Full up, full down.
Shuffle 5 Romeo, Heathrow, ground, hello,
Full
taxi
right.
Alpha, 512. Corrections,
Rudder, full left. Full right. Right, ground equipment is clear. Let's do the checklist here. So we'll do the after start checklist. Anti-ice. Yeah, we'll switch it on later. It's currently not that wet. It's set. Flight control is checked. Ground equipment or ground clearance received. And that's the after start checklist completed. Speedbird 824 heavy requesting taxi.
Speedbird 824 taxi, Bravo, hold tight.
Speedbird 824, we're taxiing via Bravo, and the holding points again, please.
It's holding it tight.
Tighter. Thank you much. Copy. It's Speedbird 824. I didn't, honestly, I'm not sure. They seem to be so quiet today. I have the volume dialed up fairly high as well. Kind of strange. Good. Checklist is completed. Let's go, shall we? So let's have a look here for the checklist. Brake check. Brakes are working. So Bravo is going to be the first to the right. Marvin, it always comes down to personal preference regarding you know, who has a better cockpit. But I think if you compare the A350, let's say, to a 747, huge improvement, right? Much more ergonomical here. But I mean, I had the pleasure to fly the 787, and the 787 flight deck was also very nice. So, someone departing here. Beauty. American. Alright, let's go get on to Bravo. Oh! Excuse me.
All stations contact Heathrow ground 121.705. Contact Heathrow ground 121.705.
Tiller says no, yeah. Not saying yes now. So 121.705. Not really. I wouldn't say I prefer the 787 cockpit over the A350. I think both of them have fantastic.
Air France 351, thank you. Alpha, hold please, sir.
60 Alpha, did you get the hold, please?
Please, sir.
And with around Speedbird A24 heavy with you on Bravo holding, going to be Titan.
Speedbird 84, continue.
Continue. Let's get outbreak RTO.
Speedbird 668, Romeo Squawk 5572.
5572 for Speedbird 6.
EasyJet, tisk.
ED 640 back, hold position.
Too late.
Easy 640 back confirmation.
ED 640 back, apologies, continue taxi by time.
Easy 640 back, say again.
Speedbird 824, hold, short of Foxtrot. Stand by. Speedbird 824, hold short Foxtrot.
No, Moritz, I've flown the A350 and not as often as other streamers have because...
ED 640 back, stand by, break, Speedbird 824, you with me?
Yeah, 84, we're just holding here on Bravo.
284, roger, hold short Foxtrot. Can you break, ED 640 back, taxi, holding
So Foxtrot's going to be the next one, and that's because of the Virgin there as well.
Virgin 5, right, Bravo, hold tight.
Hey, Tutti! Thank you so much for watching. Vielen Dank fürs Zuschauen.
Levante 910, taxi ahead, hold short Lima 6.
Interesting that he gives me a
Levante 910, taxi ahead,
hold short instruction, but doesn't wait for the readback. Now they do that at IRL as well, but that means they would trust or put a lot of trust onto the pilot. In that case.
Levante 9010, taxi ahead, hold short Lima 2.
That tower, look at the lighting. So our instruction is to hold short of Foxtrot, which is right here.
Very good evening. Speedbird on 71.
We see a blended wing aircraft. There's going to be lots of changes aerodynamically. So lots of new technologies.
171, Heathrow ground hello.
A lot more options. Who knows what's going to happen in 20 years?
Speedbird 824, continue taxi now, Bravo, hold Titan.
Continue Bravo, hold Titan, Speedbird 824. Alright, let's continue. Look at that. A380 departing there. Beautiful.
Speedbird 7 Lima, Heathrow ground hello, clear 5 CDC, break Euro, wing 728, go ahead.
Apologies, that's loud.
Again, Euro wing 728.
220, one direct, on your left.
Exterior engine. Sorry, yeah. That's better, isn't it?
Quebec, contact Heathrow Tower 18505, bye-bye.
Contact Heathrow Tower, bye-bye.
Virgin 5 Alpha, contact Heathrow Tower 18505, bye-bye.
Heathrow ground Navy 84, correction, Barrel Cape 45, request it.
Sparrowhawk 845, taxi Mike, hold short Alpha Yankee 1.
Taxi Mike, hold short Alpha Yankee 1,
Sparrowhawk 845, contact Heathrow Tower now 18505.
Refueling panel door open, I checked it visually, it's closed.
Yeah.
It's a GSX thing. I did reset Quattro.
Levante 910, hold short, continue hold short.
In the hope it would reset that message, but didn't work, unfortunately.
Speedbird 859, taxi 311, should have.
It says 7 messages. Let's see.
311, Speedbird 859, thanks.
Virgin 5 Alpha, contact Heathrow Tower 18505, bye.
0.505, yep.
Speedbird 824, contact Heathrow Tower 18505, bye-bye.
18505, bye-bye, Speedbird 824.
Air France 351, contact Heathrow Tower 18505, bye-bye.
121.705.
No, Avenger, check the panel.
Sparrowhawk 845.
At least the
hold
right
Alpha
side,
1.
which was the refueling side. So
Air Portugal 1356, surface wind 190 degrees, 9 knots, 27 left, clear to land. Speed at 906, surface wind 190 degrees,
Titan
9 knots,
is
27 right, clear to take off.
there, Bravo. So when we do a little bit of a right bend, still some ways to go, but when we make a right bend, there should be a sign, a red sign on the ground where it says Titan.
The windmill 693 passing 2200 climbing.
And then it's already departed, nice.
Roger.
1973. Pre-selected.
Sparrowhawk 845 behind the departing Sterling A319, line up 27 right behind.
Find the departing aircraft, line up and wait.
Windmill 693, contact London control 132.605, goodbye.
132605, windmill 693, bye.
Okay, Avima, that's a good thing. Let me try that.
Air Portugal 1356, vacate second right on the Bravo, contact ground 121.705. About 395 Bravo, surface wind 190.
Yeah, also what I would like to have is sometimes you can get rid of nuisance warnings.
About 906, contact London control 13.
So I would love to have that
2605, goodbye.
gone as well. Now options. Equipment.
Good evening, Speedbird 91 Charlie.
Let me
132105, Speedbird 906. Just confirm it's 132 decimal, sorry.
Yeah, I'm looking for the
134
tiller
decimal
option here.
134, 125, Speedbird 906, bye-bye. Speedbird 901 Charlie, hello, continue.
There we go, rudder control tiller. So now I've just got
5 kilo Tango, surface wind 190 degrees, 9 knots, 27 right.
So here we go. So here comes the right turn. And that's where Titan is going to be. So where the red stoplights are. Heathrow Tower, good evening. Speedbird 824 heavy on Bravo, holding Titan.
Speedbird 824, good evening. After Titan, link 21, link 23, hold Alpha 1.
So after Titan, it's going to be link 21, link 23, and holding point Alpha 1, Speedbird 824.
Speedbird 395 Bravo,
so
left
link
Alpha,
21,
contact ground 121.
link 23.
70.
You see that sign here? It says Titan.
Left on Alpha 121.
So that's the holding line there.
0,
so I'm just thinking that the Virgin didn't get the next clearance yet.
Sparrowhawk 845, surface wind 180 degrees, 10 knots, 27 right, clear to take off.
Clear to take off 27 right, Sparrowhawk 845.
Speedbird 901 Charlie, surface wind.
Yeah, Marvin. It wasn't the it was a panel. It wasn't a refueling panel. It was some sort of panel. Yeah, you're right. That was quite funny actually, because the controller, he kind of chuckled because he was unsure what to do, right? You know, he was unsure if he's allowed to approve that, and then he said, well, you know what? Yeah, go ahead. And I guess he didn't really understand how the pilot would be able to get out of the aircraft.
Just 5 Alpha,
right?
first left, hold Alpha 3.
So there's a way to get into the electronic compartment, and then from the electronic compartment on A340, you can actually climb down the landing gear. Now, please. Now, I guess it was a co-pilot or senior first officer. So what he did was tremendously brave. However, I think our union or our safety board
Welling 5 kilo Tango,
probably wasn't happy with that,
134,
because you have to realize that this is a option not there for pilots. So potentially, if he had injured himself,
Welling 5
he may not have had he may not have had insurance.
125,
right?
Goodbye.
So definitely a brave thing to do, and it did save a lot of time.
F351, surface wind 180 degrees.
But to be honest,
27 right, clear for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, 27 right, F351.
I mean, quite a risky
Lever 91
thing to
Charlie,
do.
left Alpha,
I'm not sure if I would have done it. I think I would have chickened out on that. So it's link 2-1, and then we'd take link 2-3. So it's a bit confusing, right? Link 2-2, link 2-1, which
Lever
one?
824 via Alpha 1, line up 27 right.
Via Alpha 1, line up 27 right, speedbird 824. Fantastic, cool.
Lower Hall Gate 45, contact
So
London
let's get
control
the
132.605.
let's get the strobe lights
London
on.
control 132.6765 with it. Final level
132.605.
And then to surveillance,
605, thanks so much. Good evening, bye.
let's get
It's a Starway 3 ground 7 miles with you on shore.
Speedbird 171, hold Alpha 3.
let's look at terrain.
Holding Alpha 3.
Traffic should all be on. Right, here's the
Speedbird 56 Lima, surface
Alpha 1,
180
line
degrees,
and
10 knots,
wait.
27 left, clear for land.
So taxi checklist, flap setting, config 1.
Speedbird 824, surface wind 180 degrees, 10 knots, 27 right, clear for takeoff.
27 right, clear takeoff speed by 824. Good, radar's on. That's
Urgent
the
5 miles
taxi
behind,
checklist
departing
completed.
British Airways A350, line up
And
27 right
let's
behind.
quickly have the lineup checklist. Cabin is secured. Takeoff runway 27 right confirmed. Pack 1 and 2 will remain on. And that's the checklist complete. Are we all ready? Chrono should start itself.
Speedbird 171 behind the departing Virgin Air350, line up 27 right behind.
There we go. We are ready.
Behind the departure.
Let's go, takeoff.
By 9 27
Speedbird 668 Romeo, hello, hold on.
And flick 65, SS runway. Frostbow.
Air France 351, contact London control 134.125.
134.125, Air 351.
So that's 100 plus past. Just wondering about the engine sounds. A bit quiet, everyone. Rotate. Bit left aileron there. Pause rate. Here.
Virgin 5 Alpha, surface wind 180 degrees, 10 knots, 27 right, clear for takeoff.
Take out 7 right, 5 up. Yep.
TCAS standby. I thought TCAS on. Right, we have thrust decline. Yeah, I'm on it.
Speedbird 56 Lima, second left on.
There we go. Just
Bravo,
round out. It's
contact
down
ground
here.
121.705.
So here comes S speed. Flap 0. Speed checks. Flap 0. Autopilot 1. Oh. Autopilot 1 is on. Yeah, packs are on. Fantastic.
Lufthansa 910, you with me?
Ground smallest is on.
Speedbird 824, contact London control 132.605.
132.605, speedbird 824. Yeah, Mickey, not easy to get used to. So we have 2,000 feet to go. I'm going to go vertical speed here. Vertical speed. Heathrow departure, good evening, speed, but 824 heavy, 4,500 climbing 6,000.
Spirit 824, landing control, roger, fly heading 310 degrees, climb now, flight level 140.
Heading 310, climb now, flight level 140, speed, but 824. So we got heading, and so open climb, as we are on heading now, and it said climb now means you can ignore the restrictions.
Can we get higher?
The altitude restrictions. Not the speed restrictions, but the altitude restrictions.
Level by
True, Mad Cat, yeah.
150, level by fin, Mark.
Let's go standard.
Standard is set. By level 100.
Let's increase the range.
That's level 100.
Good afternoon, level 180. 83 Alpha Golf, climb to flight level 140.
Climb flight level 140 with 3 Alpha Golf.
And all stations calling in. If I haven't talked to you yet and you're making the initial call, I am closing. All of the Londons are closing. Monitor Unicom. Shuttle Hotel Constant Heathrow 119 at decimal 730.
119.
Yeah, Jacob, absolutely, yeah. So once,
okay, flight level 320,
once you are,
and when you pass 14,
but the thing is, what I'm trying to say is that you could be re-cleared onto any fix again, and if that fix had a speed restriction, and you already accelerated to your cruise climb.
24, climb flight level 380 at St. P. When you pass 140, direct Elvos.
Okay, we're climbing 380 and out of 140 inbound to Elvos. Thank you, speedbird 824.
Right, 72 Lima, Quebec, contact Gary Director 126.825.
So we got 380, and I'm going to take direct 2. And he said out of 140 inbound to Elvos. So I'm going to arm that. What I could do as well, I could go, that's nice that we had that. I could go keep the speed here at 260, select it to get a better climb rate, so that we pass the 140 sooner, to then be able to turn a bit sooner as well. So the reason for the 140 is because of the inbound traffic there, you see. That's how restricting traffic. So by increasing the climb rate, I selected 260 knots instead of going to the econ climb speed. Now we're really climbing fast. Come past the traffic there. Getting ready for the insert down here. Click expert, yeah. So I'm going to insert now because there's so much lag until we pass 140. You know, now we're passing 140 back to econ climb speed, and now we're turning on course to Elvos, and we're now going to go 1 to 2.8. Good. Right. Oh, destination estimate fuel on board. Okay, interesting. 16.5. We'll have a look quick. We'll check that in a minute, because I have a feeling that we're missing the wind data. We'll check that in a minute. Good. I think we can go seatbelts auto, mobile auto as well. So just leave the no smoking on. Then we're going to dial down the master volume just a tad more. I have a feeling it's still pretty loud now. Options, volume. That's better, isn't it?
After traffic pipeline 301 over.
Hey, Bob.
In flight level 150.
So, Rabonius, the takeoff, for me, the rudder was very twitchy again. Even though I said, you know, or disconnected the rudder from the nose wheel steering option.
Oxford traffic, Golf, Bravo.
But it's so typical regarding the ground friction here in Microsoft Flight Sim. That's very sensitive for the rudder again. I can say that the flight controls themselves, so the pitch, and I've got linear curves on my AD9. Better. Definitely better, but for my liking, let's go climb. It's still a bit too twitchy, but we'll leave it linear for now, and then we'll see how it lands. Hey, Ghost. Bob, welcome. How are you doing? Right, let me check destination EFOP. So it says 16.3, and we're supposed to have OFP. So the Minda version should be 13.5. Okay, so this, it seems to be something wrong here regarding the wind data's loaded, but I have a feeling it has to do with the alternate fuel calculation. So what we could do, hang on, no, disregard. Thank you much, Ghost. So yeah, we're taking a cruise. So we're taking it's the cruise ship's called Havila, or the cruise line is called Havila, and we're taking a cruise from Bergen all the way up to Kirkenes, and then back down again to Bergen. So it's a 12-day trip, but we're going to stay 2 days in Bergen as well, because it is a beautiful city, and so all is it's a 2-week trip for us. Not sure where it's getting the alternate fuel payload. Ah, okay, that's the reason. So that's wrong. 18.3 is going to be very cold. Yeah, Kirkenes had 25 minus, but they're going to have like minus 15 next week. Yeah, so that's the reason. It has a completely wrong fuel value for the alternate. Yeah, it's 11.2 only. So let me just enter the 11.2 in here. 11.2. And then, yeah, now that's gone that morning. You see. Yeah, now we're all good. For the estimate, so what we have is we've got a minimum fuel 13.5 at Keflavik, plus the extra that we've taken on, and we've got another 1.7. So 1.7. So roundabout, we should be roundabout in the region of 15 tons, 16, so 15.2. Yeah, 15.2. So that would be another ton extra if that remains the that way with the estimate. So that's fine. Now, okay. Well, I mean, you know me. I'm going to go try to see if I can get onto the bridge at some point. So you know how do you know there's an airline pilot in the room? Well, he or she will tell you, right? So somewhere, when I get to know the crew a bit better, I will drop the retired airline pilot joker, in the hope that I'm going to be invited to the bridge at some point. Because that would interest me. That would be really interesting to see the cockpit of a big cruise ship. Okay, so I do have the latest dev version, Ghost, but which version? Is it like today or because I updated yesterday? Is that still going to be good or? Cargo Pilot, no worries. Nice, enjoy the cinema. What film are you watching? It was added today. Okay, I'll update again, Ghost. Thank you much. I will do so. Nice. Good. You would probably think it's a long flight time to Keflavik, but it's not. I mean, it's 2 hours 20 roundabout. So currently we're estimating arrival at 20:06. So yes, 2 hours remaining flight time. Not too long. Watching Mercy. I've not heard of that either, no. But have a good time, Cargo Pilots. Enjoy the film. I'm trying to remember the last time I was in a cinema. Maybe Top Gun. Talk about movies and things. I'm currently watching a series called Shrinking with Harrison Ford and the guy from How I Met Your Mother. Tremendously funny. That's exactly my kind of deal. Not just funny, it's also tragic. It's also kind of really interesting kind of family things, right? Family problems, etc. But Harrison Ford, I think, is great in that film, or in that series. So that's what we're currently enjoying. Thank you so much, Cargo Pilot. See you. Sammy, hello. No CP DLC yet. Okay, thanks for the update. Cool. Right. Interesting as well. Now the fuel panel message has gone as well. Also, MAN, is that you there? Because you're flying the same routing. Can I get the data in here? Well, the ADS-B is on. Can I go traffic? There we go. No, that's Kilo Romeo Hotel 845. What's Kilo Romeo Hotel? That's a call sign. Yeah, that's true, Sammy. Harrison Ford did some weird things with the airplanes. Oh, you're already north of Trent. Svenja, depends. I mean, it's Cav-OK. Where exactly is that located, Svenja, the Blue Lagoon? I mean, let me see if I can find some pictures, real-world pictures, because I did fly to Keflavik several times on A320. And let me see if I can get some pictures for you guys, because we did have some beautiful views there. Iceland. But didn't he land also on a golf course or something? Did he crash on a golf course? Wasn't that him as well? Right, let me quickly have a look at Keflavik. When was I there last? The last time I was Keflavik was in 2022 October and June 2022. So let me try to see if I can find the pictures of that. So, yes, 2022 in June, first of all. June. Now, I remember in June, I remember that we took off, and it was like in the evening, right? It's a night flight for us. So we took off in the evening. The sun had already set, so it was pretty much like this right now, the scene, right? These kind of colors. And then, even though the sun had already set, as we're climbing up, the sun rose again. So we had two sunsets that evening, which is kind of weird to see. And then yeah, but those are all sunset flights or night flights. Try to find. I know that we also flew to Keflavik during daytime at some point. Gonna try to find that as well. So the Blue Lagoon is it's just south of the airport. Okay. Oh, isn't there like a resort there, Svenja? And also near the resort now, where they have those that hot spring, and near there they had the volcano eruption. Oh, but coming back, we did have. So this is actually quite nice because as we departed, I know it's a bit blurry now, but as we departed and got through the cloud layer, we did have some northern lights. I know it's a bit blurry, but it's difficult to photograph that. Yeah, that's very blurry. But I mean, but you can imagine that was really bright. Actually, you could actually see those lights with the naked eye very, very clearly. And also, we do hope to see some pretty northern lights now on the holiday. And oh yeah, and the trip that we booked, it has a guarantee for northern lights. So if you don't have northern lights on your boat trip, on the cruise, then you get another 5 days you can take for free at a later date. I'm just going to scan through a couple of so okay, basically that is the Blue Lagoon is there. Okay, so let me have a look at the yeah. So what we can do, Sven, yeah, we could go to daytime when we overfly the area, assuming we're going to have ground contact then, and then we'll have a look for the Blue Lagoon. Although, you know what? Well, it's going to be later though. I'm not sure how much time you have, Svenja. But I then thought on the departure with the A380 later on, we could potentially fly a bit lower to see the area there. So I'll show the arrival routing that we're going to fly. So we're going to be from Azrun, and I think it's probably going to be somewhere. The question is, is that the Blue Lagoon there or here? That is what's the airport? That's Selfoss. The airport. That's Selfoss Airport. Hey Luke, how are you? Yes, it's 01 now, so that the magnetic heading has changed again for the runway, so it's 01 for the runway. But that's what we're going to fly. Yeah, so we do plan to fly 01. Yeah, so potentially, I tell you what, we'll do daytime then, and we'll have a look out in the approach. So look, have okay 1 degrees. Yeah, so that's not bad. Right, we're level 380. Yeah, so Svenny, I'm pretty sure that I've had thanks Ghost. I'm pretty sure I had seen that from above and made some beautiful pictures as well. I'm gonna search, all right, Svenny? I'll search for the pictures. Because I'm pretty sure that I flew there. Oh, also, hang on. I don't have a video from the approach there that I can show. But I mean, on that day the weather was horrible. But I can have a look. Yeah, many times it goes. I've been there maybe 5, 6, 7 times. I mean, but maybe even 10 times. So I've been there many times, and I actually have a recording as well, with quite some challenging weather as well. So let's check. Right, so this is here. Let me check my other hard drive. Videos. Oh yeah, I have. Actually, you know what? I've got several. I've got several videos I can show. Oh, you guys love videos, right? Let me just get the video file online here. So I've got 19. I'll show you first of all the ILS 01 that we're going to fly today, and then I've got another recording for runway 19. Hold on. So this is not it. Let me just get the right file. Hold on. I hope the hard drive is fast enough so it doesn't stutter too much. Good, so this is the ILS 01. I'll get this out. Keflavik ILS 01. Typical Ghost. It's the weather there is very often cloudy. I've seen it with beautiful clear skies, but not very often. But let me search my pictures, guys. I'm sure I'm gonna find some nice pictures. Me too, Mickey. I do plan to fly to Iceland as well at some point, yeah. Yeah, John, understood, yeah. Just a few miles south of Nottingham. Yeah. Yeah, cloud surfing, right? I love that as well. Those will be one of the moments right now that I do miss from time to time. Yeah, that would be overcast. Yeah, absolutely. Hey, operator. I mean, yeah, I mean, you know, if you go through a 30-year career as an airline pilot, you will come across some, you know, some scary moments. But for us, I wouldn't say that we're scared. It's, you know, the training. Oh, I found some pictures. Yeah. Okay, I'll show that in a minute. So, you know, not scared, but sometimes maybe a little worried. But, you know, you have your training and, you know, you do your actions. So... I've got some interesting pictures to show you guys from that flight to Keflavik. Oh no, you know, you just get used to the fact, operator, that these things work, and they work very reliably. So, you know, you have a lot of trust in these systems. Yeah, I mean, you know, the automatic landings. So when you actually do have foggy weather, you have automatic landings.
1,000.
That was intense IRL. I mean, it's intense in the flight sim, but IRL. No, these are not ordered. These will be Cat 1 conditions. So right now you can see we're breaking up the clouds. You can see the runway lights now. So these are normal Category 1 minimum steer. Ghost. I remember one landing in Billund where the autopilot greased it so hard. I mean, it was just a perfect grease, and I thought, you've got to be kidding me. Show off, right? Yeah, that's me, yeah. These are my recordings. Yeah, yeah, grease it hard doesn't make sense as a bit, but it works for Lufthansa. Hey, Bruno.
100 above.
It overflared, FENIX? Okay.
300. Minimum 200. 100.
Let's see, 50, do I grease it or not?
30, 20, retard, retard, retard.
Yeah, not bad, not bad. Nice decrab at the end, did you see that? Right, tell you. I'm not sure. Let's see how much of the taxiing I filmed, if any. Yeah, and I tell you, so Rabonius in the real aircraft, the decrabbing is so much easier compared to the flight sims. Yeah, I think we're told to vacate right at the end. And then left to the terminal. Yeah, this will be the high speed prior to the end, and then there's one 90-degree left right at the end. No, Aviamar, I'm not going to get the new rudder pedals. No. Hey Yoda, what do you mean? That was a nice one. My sim landings are much worse. But I'm glad it's this way around. Imagine if I would grease it in the sim all the time, and if I had slammed it IRL all the time. That would have been bad for my ego. I don't care about slamming it in the flight sims. I'm not, just not so motivated to flare it down the runway all the time and grease it. Yoda, how are you? Yeah, Geronix, for me, I either... So for me, for the FENIX, very often, I kind of overdo the brake, so I float, and then it kind of drops for the last 5 feet. Yeah, goes dry. Well, I mean, so the real aircraft, the real A320 had a very nice direct response. So even smaller inputs that it did in the stick were always giving you the same results in the aircraft. So either the same roll rate or the same G load. So very constant and predictable. And then you kind of got your way around to understand, you know, with 319, 320, 321, when to start your flare and how much pull you need. So you were able to do, you know, get a nice muscle memory going because again, it was predictable. It was always responding, you know, in a constant manner, and that's not what you have in the flight sims. Oh, nice, Yoda. Only 10 days. Are you excited, Yoda? I'm sure you are. Some great new stuff. Yeah, so what I'll do, guys, I'm going to show you, because Svenja here asked for some pictures. I found some pictures, daytime pictures from our approach towards Keflavik. I'll show you those. And I've got 2 or 3 interesting pictures to show as well for our winter ops, and then I'll show you a second video, an approach runway 19, and then there the weather was horrible that day, really heavy rains and windy conditions. It's quite a challenge there. I'll show you that in a minute. Yeah, Aviamar, I think for me, I would have to, do some more practicing really, and like do 30 landings, repetitively in the FENIX, and then the ambulance. I think we had some organs with us, I think, or maybe we had some sick passenger. I don't know. I don't remember exactly. Cool. Alrighty. So let me do that, and then I'll show you guys some pictures from my trip here. So the first one, so here you got an equitime point that we have, and you see that you have these circles, right? And then you have is that Akureyri? Yeah, I think it's Akureyri. And then here on the MCDU, I entered, is that Glasgow or is that Echo Golf Papa Delta? Hold on. Aberdeen. Okay, sorry. Yeah, that's Aberdeen. Thank you much. So there's one airport, Aberdeen, behind us, and then the next one is going to be Akureyri, Bravo India Echo Golf, and I've entered some average wind, all right? And then you get your equitime point calculation, and that's then shown on the nav display. Oh, EGLL. Sorry, yeah. Okay, EGLL. Yeah. Akureyri is in the Alfa. Yeah, you're right. EGLL, correct. Yeah, yeah, and then it was a daytime flight, as you can see. We approached Iceland, and cold. It's a nice cold. Today it's over Vaga for you, okay? And then we did approach. I made lots of pictures, and then you can see the southern part of the island coming up, and then I'm not sure. There's a glacier there, and then I'm not sure if that's going to be the Blue Lagoon coming up. Hold on, some lovely. Yeah, Vaga would be nice to divert to. Yeah, right. It's not often that you see Iceland in a clear manner. I think I had on the departure we filmed. That could be, yeah, I think we approached 19 that day. That could be Reykjavik, correct? Yeah, that's probably going to be Reykjavik airport, where the runways are much smaller compared to the, yeah, that was a rainy day. Departure route there. And there we go. Is that the Blue Lagoon? Svenja, is that what you meant? This area? Because what struck me was that it's the colors there from the oh, I can't even pronounce that. Eyjafjallajökull. Oh god. Yeah, and Reykjavik. So even though Reykjavik is the main city, AA104 take, you know, Reykjavik is the main city, but it has a smaller airport, and so Keflavik is the bigger airport, but not the main. Okay, I'll have a look, Svenja. Let me see. Let me check Discord. Oh, okay, so the Blue Lagoon, that's the resort, isn't it? Yeah, thanks for the pictures. That, you mean the resort itself? Yeah, not the part on the coastline. Not yet, no. But I did see from How I Play Games, he made a video about what to expect this year. Exactly, they have a short runway at Reykjavik. So you can see some nice pictures there going outbound from Iceland. Now let me get you the other pictures I was talking about. Because there are some interesting observations. Remember, guys, I told you the story with the open latch on the Neo? That's what it looks like. And that's the latch from the hot sector, not the cold one. And so this one is not monitored on the Neo. The 2 or 3 latches that are below the cowling, those are monitored, but this one isn't. And so that's why on the outside checks, we do check for the latches. Right? Maintenance may do mistakes, from time to time. That's why the pilots are the last resort. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's a cowling latch. Yeah. Now, interesting thing here. Have a look. We talked about cold frost on the lower part of the wing, and you can see that due to really cold fuel, and then you come to an airport where it's still humid, you can have even plus temperatures. Let's say the temperature here was plus 5 degrees on the airport. Because the fuel is like minus 10, minus 15, minus 20 degrees still, you do get a fairly thick frost layer on the lower side of the wing. And you can see that some water which has thawed on the upper side is running down and actually freezing as it's running down on the lower part. And so you do get some rims as well. Drawing snow. Yeah, but interesting, right? And you can actually get fairly large rims, and that has to be removed. That's a problem. Yeah, so if it were only like on the right-hand side here, like this, so the idea is if you can read decals, you can leave it as it is on the lower side of the wing only. But this thing here, no, you have to remove it. That's too thick. They would have type 1 fluid and spray the underside there. Yeah. Or hot air, whatever they have available. But this can be removed with type 1. Also, guys, Alpino, hello to you. Hey, Empty Cross, yeah. Yeah, it's very rare you see that kind of contamination. And Alpino, thank you so much for 2 months. Much appreciated. I hope you're doing well. Did you guys hear about the Challenger 650 crash in the US? Where I think they had one survivor. 7 people died or something. And they were in Bangor, and it was really heavily snowing, right? You know, guys, remember that when we talked about the contamination things, where I showed you the chart? Yeah, the one that flipped on takeoff, right? And I showed you a table where you have to, or which you have to take in order to determine the amount of contamination, or the snowfall intensity, right? So they took the weather info, and on the weather info, it was saying light snow. However, if they had taken the visibility, which was only 3/4 of a mile, then if they had taken that table, which they were meant to take, then they would have found out that actually they were in the medium, even going slightly towards the heavy precipitation. And the thing is, for heavy snowfall precipitation, there are no holdover times, so you cannot depart. Simple as that, right? Now with the medium contamination or snowfall rate, they only had a holdover time for like 10 minutes. The problem is, and here's again, this is speculation, sorry, but to explain why the aircraft flipped on takeoff, for me a logical explanation would be that they started, so let's say it flipped to the left side, right? Left side, it meant that the right wing was producing lift while the left one had stalled. Why would that be the case? Well, if they only have one de-icing equipment available, they would start at the left side, let's say, and the holdover time for the anti-icing starts with beginning of treatment, right? So they would start left side, do the left side, and then come to the right-hand side, do the right-hand side, finish, taxi out, and the Challenger 650 doesn't have slats, which means the critical angle of attack is obviously a lot worse compared to aircraft that have slats. So as they would take off and as they rotated, the right-hand wing, which probably still had protection from the fluid, while the left-hand side, where the holdover time already ran out, had accumulated contamination again. So that's why the left wing potentially stalled while the right wing was still producing lift. And that's why they flipped. But it goes to show that in wintertime, even if you have de-iced hundreds of times, and even if things have gone good for hundreds of times, you have to really stick to your tables. And if you are, in any form unsure, if you still have protection time available, by all means, and de-ice again or just cancel the flight, right? Things can go wrong really quickly in wintertime. MAN usually, if the airport allows the Type 1 at the stand, then you would have that at the stand. Interesting story, guys. I think I told it before. You know that the refueling with passengers on board is a standard procedure these days. And it's a safe procedure. It's just that things can go wrong. And I had a situation, luckily, with no passenger aboard. It's just a crew on board where we refueled the aircraft. I remember that very well. It's a 321. We just got on. The fuel truck just hooked up, started fueling the aircraft. We started the aircraft up front, got power on, etc. And then I got a call from the rear, one of the rear flight attendants at door 4 left. And she said, Captain, I think you need to see this. There seems to be an issue with the fuel truck. And so I walked out because we were parked at the stand. I think it was Alpha 24 or something, or 22. So we were at the terminal. So I walked into the jetway, and it has a glass front, so I could look outside onto the apron. And I could see the fuel truck, so the driver of the fuel truck was running around in panic. And I saw on the bottom, I saw liquid that was expanding, and it had a rainbow shine to it. And I realized that was fuel. So in Frankfurt, on these parking stands at the apron, at the terminal, they bring a lorry with a pump in it, right? So they will hook up to the ground and they'll hook up to the aircraft. And they're going to pump from the underground fueling system. They pump the fuel into the aircraft, right? However, the truck itself has a buffer tank of around about, I think it was 500 liters to equalize pressure changes, right? So what had happened is that the buffer tank burst on that lorry, and so it was leaking all the fuel as it was pumping the fuel up. So the fuel truck driver, I mean, he stopped. He has an emergency button, so he pressed the emergency button, so the fuel pump stopped. But the fuel in the buffer tank still came out, and that was about 500 liters. So my thought was, okay, now fuel, so kerosene is like heating oil, right? It doesn't easily ignite, right? Once it's burning, it's burning well, but it doesn't ignite easily. So I wasn't really scared that we're going to have a fire going any moment, but I thought you have to get everyone away from the aircraft, right? So I ran back into the aircraft, opened door 1 right, and just shouted out to the ramp agent, just say, get everyone away from the aircraft. We have a fuel leak. So they were quick to react. They got everyone off. I told my first officer, before I actually opened the door, I told my first officer to call the fire brigade because of a fuel leak, right? And so, the whole shenanigans started, right? I got the crew out. I said, everyone, the crew, go up to the terminal, go into the waiting room there. Just get away from the aircraft. And so I did as well. So we just powered down the aircraft. We left the aircraft and just watched from above the top part of the jetway. And so the whole fire brigade, like 10 vehicles came on, and and they were running around, and it was interesting to watch. So I was like, okay, so what will they do now? Like, how are they going to get rid of the fuel? I mean, 500 liters is a lot of fuel, right? And so I waited, and then they got out some fire hoses and started spraying water onto the apron there in a methodical method. And so they actually got the fuel and water into the drainage. And I was like, huh? Is that safe? Like, how the hell can they put the fuel into the drainage system, right? Air taxi. And then once everything was complete, I talked to the chief fire man there, and I said, well, what happens now? He says, well, what's the problem? I mean, you de-iced the aircraft here, right? So it's not connected to the drainage system. It's a drainage system, yes, but everything's collected. And that's why you are actually allowed to de-ice the aircraft in Frankfurt at the parking spots, because it will not get into the normal drainage system. It's actually collected and being taken care of, right? So that's why they were able to just, spray it down with water and get it into the drainage there and have it recycled or properly, disposed of. But that was interesting to see, right? So for me, while it didn't mean that I refused, refueling aircraft with passengers on board. It was just for me, I made sure that everything, all the necessary procedures were being followed, right? Because I just didn't want to have anything go wrong and then having to blame myself for not having followed the procedure correctly, right? And there's a lot of things that have to be followed when you have refueling with passengers on board. Yeah, Bruno, thanks for the link. So you can see how difficult it is to ignite the fuel there, yeah. Good. No, that's true. Yeah, better fueling on the ground than in the air, yeah. I mean, as long as it doesn't ignite, all good. Good, I promised you another video, guys. I'll show you the second video here. Let me set it up for you. So this time it's a video, not this one, hang on a second. So it's going to be a video from the north. So this time it's an ILS-19, and it is actually horrible weather, as you can see later. Turkey, yes, yeah, I will check it out. Same with FENIX. So FENIX Neo will come out at some point, and the FSLabs prep with the Neos. Yeah, I'll check it out. Oh, it was actually that flight. The picture I showed you guys, that was from this flight. So there the weather was actually nice, and then at the airport, it was horrible. Seven startup, yeah, not too cool. Yeah, you can see the rain there on the windshield. Keflavik as well, coast. But this time it's runway 19. Okay, operator, I wish you all the best for your path there. Nice. Yes, Svenny, I'm not sure if how the weather was. Well, it was rainy, I knew that, but I'm not sure if you saw the, it's called Sneffelsness. Sneffelsness. That's funny. The peninsula to the north. Okay. Oh, you think that's a glacier you flew above? Okay.
$2,500.
You can see the weather radar there. It returns. Yeah, a lot of rain coming in now. There wasn't thunderstorms, but very heavy rain. Yeah, working weather radar. I mean, luckily in real life, yeah. Exactly, thrust magnify. Oh, it's more than study level Ghost. Okay, a bit of coastline. Yeah, that's real life, yes. And Yes, that's me. You can see the amount of water running down the window there. It was really raining hard. Well, you can see the stick inputs, they are deliberate, right? They are not left, right. It's just deliberate corrections and not funky steering of the stick. What you see sometimes in these videos. Yeah, Airbus potentially, yeah. Potentially. This will get in the region of, yeah, you could put the engine mode selector to ignition.
100
and nice engine wash, yeah. Not just that. Windshield, everything's squeaky clean afterwards.
Minimum 200. $100, 50, 40, 30, 20, retard, 5.
This was actually, you would think, oh, he greased it. But honestly, I was not proud of that landing because that was too soft. You see the amount of rain? The amount of... Yeah, but no, the thing is this. A more positive touchdown would be much better now because if you go and grease it, then the problem is that you're potentially going to have some aquaplaning. So the tires, they take a few seconds to really start moving, and so kind of skid, and then you compress water between the tarmac and the tire, which gets heated to extreme temperatures very quickly. So it's more like steam in between, a very small layer, but it can actually blister the tires. So it can damage the tires. So yeah, you don't want to grease it in these conditions. We can have a look at the charts, how wide the runway is there. That's the way to go. That's the way to go. I see we speak the same language. Yeah, so if you look here on the chart there, you can actually see, let me just zoom in a bit. You can actually see it says 60 meter wide. Yeah. That's true, Mark. Yeah. In the meantime, I played around a bit here with EquiTime, and actually I'm surprised. Here, the iniBuilds A350 actually does offer an EquiTime point. Now, what we can do, we could try to look at some of the wind data. Let me just find that. So, I mean, at the beginning, let's say we had let's say 300 at 20. So 300 at 20. And then going more towards Keflavik. So before we descend, it's going to be 100, let's say 190 at 10 or something. It does not be that exact. Especially at these values, it's not that much. 190 at 10. So now it's calculating our EquiTime point between Dublin, which is our return alternate, and Keflavik. And so we'll reach it in 166 miles at 19:15 UTC. Currently, we have, what time is it here? No, hang on, where's the time? Where's my clock? I don't know. Yeah, but it's in it's 238 miles prior to Aldan. Oh, there it is. Yeah, thanks. I found it. Yeah, so we'll reach it in about 20 minutes. All right, or 22 minutes. Right there. All right. So if anything happened right now, it would be quicker to return to Dublin than to continue to Keflavik. All right. And I did draw in 2 circles, 4 31-mile rings. That's about one hour single engine cruise speed. Cool. Top of descent also, top of drop is at 1938. Now, I did tell you guys that I made a little document again with some flows here. And it's approach preparation flow, right? Now, the reason why I did this is because while IRL, we pilots always do this, and we do it very thoroughly, because never ever in the real life you want to run into a corner in which you can't get out of, right? So there's certain things you check, you think about, you make your kind of your plan, your strategy, and then go and execute that strategy. But there's a couple of things that you really need to look at, and so that's that's under the term approach preparations, and then you make sure that you go through that. And there's a couple of points I think which some of you will find interesting, and maybe even 1 or 2 things you can learn about this. Ours, I would have to look at the documents, to be honest, because every MCDU or FMS has a different format. Hey, Pilot 19, thank you. Oh, nice. Thank you so much, Pilot 19, for the €5. That's really kind. And there is a message. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I have the sounds turned off. It should be back now. So once again, thank you so much for Pilot 19. And so you were in a level D simulator at 320 at Lufthansa Aviation Training in Frankfurt, I assume. And as a preparation, you watched some of my older videos, which helped a lot. Thanks. Yeah, so let me ask you this. So when you tried the flight stick, so I'm sure you did some manual flying there, what was your impression compared to your flight sim? Banana, yeah, so I'm planning to get my PPL reactivated in the next 1 or 2 months. And then hopefully we're flying Cessnas again, just for fun. Yeah, so like I said, these preparations do take some time, right? And so the idea is that right now, Plan B is something you continuously do anyways, right? So right now, what would happen is that we would do our fuel checks, right? So at 6, for example, we would check the time and fuel. And then you can see I've already updated the weather while watching that video. And so I can see Keflavik has good weather, and you can see there's no threats. Now you're going to see, what's threats? Why would we use in civil aviation? Why would you use threats when it comes to an airport? Well, there are certain conditions, operationally or weather-wise, that we would categorize as a potential threat for a safe continuation, right? And so when we deem the airport having certain threats, then we actually take some precautions, which I'll talk about in a second as well. Peter, I hope so. But I think, so one of our wonderful community members here, is planning to take, he also has a PPL, so he's planning to rent out an aircraft, pick me up in Ganekasee, and then we hopefully fly, both of us or three of us, fly to Lelystad. Yeah, that's the plan. In the rear aircraft, the stick is more sensitive, so it's more responsive, right? What about the resistance or the whole force feeling? Did you think you know, when you did some bigger inputs, how was the force feeling like that you had to imply? Hey Ted, on the stick. So let me just get the approach preparation file in here on my iPad. Why can't I select that? Yeah. We have to differently then. Let's do downloads again. All right, so here we have the same file, but I have some explanations to it, right? So about 20 minutes prior to descent, obtain the latest ATIS META from destination and alternate airport or alternate airports. So the idea is to make sure that the alternate airport that you choose is a valid plan B, meaning that alternate airport should not have any threats in it. Right, so what do we mean? Hey, what's that? How are you doing?
Could new subscribers please make your way to the first class cabin, where complimentary drinks, snacks, and premium flight entertainment will be served. Thank you.
Resident sleeper.
What's that? How are you doing? Nice to see you. Happy weekend, and thank you so much for the 69 months. So we talk about threats about two things: it's operational threats and weather threats. So to make a little joke, London Heathrow is always an operational threat. Right, so what do we mean by that? Well, it means that London Heathrow can get clogged up really quickly. Even in good weather conditions, you could have delays, inbound delays, right? So of course, during flight planning, you would already take some you know, extra fuel on board anyways, right? But yeah, operational threats could be low-vis operations, as an example. So let's say you have an airport which had been clear, and I've had that happen to me several times, IRL, where forecast, you know, early morning was beautiful weather, nothing, no mentioning of any, you know, Prop 30, fog, anything like that, nothing. Then we were en route, and then suddenly the airport actually had low-vis operations in force. So that means then the aircraft, by definition, has an operational threat. And that always applies to expected time of arrival plus minus 1 hour, right? The same for weather threats. Now, so these things you can kind of adjust it to your own personal preference. Now, these are not the values we had in real life. In real life, we had slightly different values. But as an example, you could say if the ceiling is always broken or overcast in the weather report, right? If that is less than your minimum ceiling plus 400 feet, you would say that's a threat, okay? The same for visibility. So if the visibility reported in your META or ATIS is actually less than the approach minimum RVR or visibility plus 2,000 meters, you would then also categorize that as a threat, okay? So let's have a look at our approach chart today. And you can also see it's quite neat because it then depends on if you have Cat 2 or Cat 3 approach minimas, right? So let's check the weather here, 050. It is runway 01 for sure, okay? So here we have only Cat 1. And so the minimum that we need is we need a minimum height of the ceiling of 200 feet above the runway, and we need at least 550 meters RVR. Is it 10? What? You have an ATIS? I don't have ATIS. Oh, you mean real world ATIS? Alright. Yeah, we get to that in a minute. For now, Tino asks, how is the Windwing Ursa? I've never used the Ursa. VATSIM? What? Hang on. Why am I not getting... let's do auto update. Let's do none. Update. Oh, really nice. Okay, towers on. Oh, there we go. You are correct. I had to select none on the selection there. Okay, so 10 is in use. Okay. So we'll take 10. All right. We'll take the Zulu 10. There it is. So easterly arrival. We're arriving from the west, going towards the east. But here we have Cat 2, right? So the lowest for this runway would be 100 feet ceiling and 300 meters RVR, okay? Which means we would have to have a ceiling at 500 feet or above, or a minimum visibility RVR, well, RVR goes to 2,000 meters, but visibility of 2,300 meters, right? Which we have, right? We have much more than that. It's currently temperature 1. So we have currently CAVO K, Cloud Visibility K, which means more than 10 kilometers. So all good on that front, right? So for us today, with the weather that we have currently and the approach Cat 2 available, if it's available according to NOTAM as well, of course, would mean that we do not have threats. So that also means then that our final reserve fuel can remain at 30 minutes. So what do we mean by that? It means that by standard, your operational flight plan is calculated, and let's assume we don't have the arrival route will be somewhat similar, Svenja. We'll have a look later. So let's say we don't have any extra fuel, okay? I mean, we have some 5% contingency fuel, right? But let's say we burn that as well, okay? So the absolute lowest amount of fuel we were allowed to have at the missed approach point would be 13.5 tons. Und Voyager, vielen Dank für die Nachricht. Vielen Dank. Ja, ich schau mal, ob ich das machen kann. So 13.5, because that would mean that we would then go around, climb to our cruising level that we have planned for our diversion to Dublin, and it takes 2 hours 9 minutes, and then we arrive with the final reserve fuel value. All right, and that's the 30 minutes of fuel, of pretty much the normal fuel, extra fuel flow at 1,500 feet above the airport. All right. So this is the absolute bare minimum. Final reserve fuel 30 minutes. This is also a value that's very important regarding your emergency fuel call. Mayday fuel call, right? So let's say you go around, you can't land at the destination, you have to divert to your alternate airport. That very prominent case from Ryanair that diverted in the end first to Edinburgh, couldn't land there either, and then diverted to Manchester. Well, they had to declare emergency because they were getting below the final reserve fuel value, right? Drastically below that. But if you can foresee, so once your calculations, let's say we divert, so let's say we go around, airport Keflavik closed, we're very unlucky, right at the missed approach point we have to go around, and we have to divert to Edinburgh, and all the extra fuel was used, all the contingency fuel was used, and now we're flying exactly according to the flight plan, then it would mean that we would, by calculation, land with final reserve fuel. Okay. Now, let's say the wind is a bit worse on the way to Dublin than forecasted, right? So we have a bit high fuel flow, or we take some more time to get to Edinburgh, and then at some point, we can see our arrival fuel drops down to 2.2 tons. And so even though we still have maybe 2 hours to fly, and there's no other airport available for us that we could exchange Dublin with, we would have to do Mayday fuel, okay? So that value is very important, and that's the final reserve fuel. However, our calculations, no, this is a return to Edinburgh, to Dublin, right? So that's our standard author that we calculate with today, all right? So, now we come to the point regarding, let's assume now, for some reason, we have foggy conditions in Keflavik. So they have low vis operation in use. So they have threats, they have an operational threat now, and also a weather threat in Keflavik. What we do is we actually change the final reserve fuel value from 30 minutes to 45 minutes. So in this case, where do I find fuel and load, right? Yeah. So you can see that final reserve is 2.2 tons, which means 45 minutes would be 3.3 tons. But we can simply enter 45 minutes, all right? Entry out of range. What? Hang on. All right, let me enter the fuel value 3.3. Hang on. Clear. Let me enter 3.3 then. Okay. There we go. Look. Yeah. So why would we do that? Why would we change the final reserve fuel value to 45 minutes? Well, the idea behind that is the following. Experience shows whenever an airport becomes or has conditions that are posing a threat to operations, it means that all the aircraft are facing that issue, right? Which means there will be more aircraft asking for diversions or holdings or headings or whatever. Let's say you have thunderstorms, right? Then ATC will have much more trouble to organize things. So their workload goes up. And also experience has shown, for example, in Barcelona many years ago, they had thunderstorms, and then people flying holding there, and then they had to divert because they're reaching the point where they couldn't stay in the holding any longer. They had to divert. They asked for diversion, but ATC only responded with standby. Right? ATC was unable, because of the high workload, because they were losing track of what's going on. They were unable to give clearances for the diversion, right? Thanks, kept me out. Yeah, so that's why we increased the fuel to 45 minutes, because now if we ask for diversion and the tower says, or the approach control says, oh, stand by for a few seconds, I need to organize it, we don't have to wait, right? Well, actually, we can wait, and then it's not going to go down below final reserve 30 minutes that quickly, right? So imagine if we don't increase that to 45 minutes, let's say we keep that at 30 minutes, we go around and say, hey, minimum fuel, we need to divert, and then the controller says, yeah, stand by. Fly heading north, which is opposite to where we want to go. I'll call you back in a few seconds. Well, if we are on our minimum fuel calculation with the 30-minute final reserve, at that moment you can declare emergency, because you're not going to be able to get to Dublin and stay within that 30-minute time frame of final reserve fuel. So that's why we increase that to 45 minutes, just to increase that buffer a bit and avoid us having to declare an emergency. And again, if you declare emergency IRL, it needs a lot of paperwork. It's just not a spot you want to be in, okay? So that's why we would increase that to 45 minutes. And that's what it means with, you know, threats at the destination airport. No. Leave the final reserve at 30 minutes. Yes. Change the fuel value to 45 minutes. Guys, can you remember the flight we did to Innsbruck not too long ago, where we departed, and while we were waiting, there was we witnessed on the frequency, witnessed someone doing 2 approaches and had to go around. And the last go around, we actually saw that. We were standing at the threshold, and he went around, and then he asked for diversion to Munich. Okay, so we took off behind him. So we were on the same A to C frequencies, and then he was getting desperate, trying to get to Munich, and actually he ran out of fuel. Right, and he sounded somewhat depressed. Right, I mean, sure, you could say, "Oh, I'll just add some fuel," right? Right, yeah, and he disconnected then, yeah, right. You remember the order as well, so you can do that. But I mean, there's a lot of people here. Yeah, that's true. That's true as well, Jacob. Yeah, he said, "I'm going down," and he just was like, "Yeah, Roger, whatever." Right, call passing 1,000 feet or something, right? I mean. So yeah, you know, you want to be, if you want to take it to more realism, and you know, you're one of those pilots here on the FlightSim platform, on VATSIM especially, that, you know, want to keep does it really? Is he such a low tanker? Yeah, okay. Yeah, so you want to maybe respect this, right? You want to prepare early, check if there are threats at destination airport, if there are. Oh, the Bingo in DCS, yeah. True, his nickname there, Bingo Fuel. Well, we
descend, crossing, descend.
What?
Descend, crossing, descend.
Hold on, I have control.
Clear of convoy.
Oh, is that you? 2,000 feet above. MAN, I think that's you, right? Windmill 693? Happy days, yeah. Where are you? It's MAN, thanks, Bojo. Nice. We caught up with him. Yeah, so again, you know, potentially try that. Now, you would say, well, what if I don't have the 45 minutes? Let's say you took on minimum fuel for takeoff, right? Or you had to wait on the ground for a long time and you burnt your extra fuel on the ground. And you could...
Descend, crossing, descend.
Yeah, it's a bit...
Descend, crossing, descend.
It's a bit sensitive. Right, let me put this to TA only as we get these nuisance warnings. All right, let's do TA only. Yeah. Now, the thing is, though, IRL, so I'm just saying what we do IRL. So let's say we have threats at the destination, and then we change the final reserve fuel value to 45 minutes. And then we realize, oh, you know, now we need not the 13.5 at Keflavik. We actually need 14.6. Okay, to stay within the 45-minute final reserve fuel. So let's say you don't have that. Well, then you've got to take actions. You have options. You could try to find a valid Plan B alternate airport that's closer to destination. Recalculate your fuel needs for that new alternate airport, and make sure that it doesn't have threats in them, right? And then you can take that extra fuel that just earned, and see if that then is enough, right? But let's say you don't have that fuel. Well, then our company said, then you should consider doing an en route refueling, or land at an en route refueling airport and refuel the aircraft and then continue, right? So there have been many cases. Now, I've never had to do that, but the weirdest thing that I had was that we flew from Lisbon to Frankfurt, and there was a huge storm area over Germany, or Europe actually, France, the Benelux countries, and Germany, where if you look at the definitions of threats, all right, it says here, wind, including gusts, and that's not crosswind. That is just the wind, the average wind, reported wind, including gusts. If it was more than 30 knots in the weather reports, in the ETA, 1 ± 1 hour in the forecast, it will be defined as having threats. Or if the crosswind was more than 20 knots, that will also be defined as having a threat at the destination airport. Now, in this example where we flew back from Lisbon to Frankfurt, we had full house. We already did some planning on the ground. We saw that all the alternate airports, so be it Stuttgart, Cologne, Düsseldorf, Nuremberg, Leipzig, whatever, Zurich, they all had more than 30 knots wind. There was no airport, Paris, Brussels, Luxembourg, you name it. We could not find an airport that had less than 30 knots of wind. The first airport we found closer to Frankfurt was actually Milan. Right? Milano Malpensa. That was the first airport south of the Alps that had less than 30 knots of wind. So we actually calculated a new flight plan with Milan as the first alternate airport. So we got a new fuel calculation. Now, we were able to fuel for that, but then we didn't have much extra fuel. Right? So so then we were en route to Frankfurt, and then I asked operations about just prior to getting our top descent, right? 20 minutes prior to top descent, we checked all the weather again, and at that point, all potential alternate airports had more than 30 knots wind still. Frankfurt had like 45 knots of wind. It was straight down the center line, so it wasn't crosswind, but it was way more than 30 knots as well. So, and again, you want to find a alternate airport that has no threats in it, because otherwise, what sense does it make to leave an airport that has threats and fly to an airport that also has threats? Doesn't make sense, right? And so again, the only airport, the first airport that was close to Frankfurt for us that had no threats was Milan. And then I called up operations. I said, hey, do you have holding in Frankfurt? Because we have like 7 minutes holding fuel. And then we have to divert to Milan. And they said, no holding right now. The problem was they had some bigger shower cells around the airport. And suddenly they had to impose holdings. So we reached Frankfurt sector, and they cleared us into a holding, and I was like, okay, now we're in trouble, right? So we checked again the weather. I checked for Hanover, Cologne, Düsseldorf, and then Hanover actually had winds only up to 25 knots, right? So then I talked to my first officer, are you happy? Are you feeling comfortable with taking now Hanover, where it actually has less than 30 knots at the moment, and the forecast also less than 30 knots. And we exchanged Milan for Hanover as the alternate airport. And he said, yeah, he's fine with that. And so we did. And then we had like 15 minutes more or 20 minutes more holding fuel that we could burn, which we did. We burned, I think about 15, 20 minutes holding, got into approach, and then were able to land. But we were lucky. If we hadn't had Hanover, then we would have had to divert to Milan, right? According to our, set of rules that we have. Isn't it wise to cancel a certain number of flights, especially with the winds? Well, they do, Voyager. In certain weather conditions, they do start canceling flights. No. So, Jacob, in your calculations, you always make sure that you're able to land at destination below max landing weight, right? So here, for example, today, right, the planned landing weight is at 202 tons, and the maximum is 236, right? So you have three limits regarding max landing weight. One is structural. One is performance, and another one is capacity, fuel capacity. Right. So your calculations make sure that none of these limits is busted, right? But that's already done in the OFP calculations. Yeah, I mean, Castle, potentially, yeah, you could. I mean, why not, right? Good. But for today, we did say we're fine. We can leave that at 30 minutes. Today, weather is good. No threats at destination airport. And also then, we checked the weather in Dublin. Make sure it doesn't have threats in it, right? To make it a valid plan B. Now, you could say, hey, black box, but you have 2 runways in Keflavik, right? And you have no threats there. Can you not take Keflavik as your plan B alternate? Theoretically, you could. However, in this case, you can't. Why? Because the runways are not separated. They are crossing runways. So while London Heathrow, or Paris Charles de Gaulle, or Frankfurt has 2 separate runways with separate approaches, Keflavik doesn't. It has an intersection. So potentially, if you have an aircraft getting disabled on runway 1028, it could potentially also disable 0119. First reason. Second thing you have to think about is, it depends on your firefighting capability at the airport. Let's say you have a big aircraft getting an emergency at, let's say, Frankfurt, or let's say London, right? An A380, right? Huge emergency. And all the fire brigade, or everything, all the fire vehicles, firefighting vehicles, everything, the emergency vehicles, they all have to respond, and there's none left for the other runway. They would also close to the other runway, right? Now, you could argue, yeah, but in this case, as a captain, you would say, Mayday, 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 we have no other options. You have to give me landing clearance for, let's say, 27 right in London Heathrow, right? Then the tower would say, okay, you're clear to land. Your responsibility, though, if anything goes wrong, we have no fire brigade or no emergency response teams available. And then you as a captain would say, okay, I'm going to take that risk, but I have no other options, right? So, but isn't that risk bigger with a single runway? No, you can't. So, like, well, just 2 runways than 1, even considering that. No, so the thing is, by definition, so I mean, it's one of those rules, if you like. By definition, if the runways are crossing, you cannot take this as plan B, as your alternate airport. Okay. Airbus, no, for me, since we can't land on 14 right, then it's, you know, Cologne only has two runways which are also crossing, so you can't take, you can't define Cologne. I mean, if you can land on both, if you can land on 14 right and 14 left, both are open. So if your aircraft allows that, then yes, you could take that as plan B as well. Right, cool, good. So next in the list, it is to calculate the required landing distance and optimize and determine the optimum. There's an E missing there. Determine the optimum auto brake setting. Okay, let's do that. So for that, let me just update the weather again. Yeah, so IRL, someone was saying they use 19 with tailwind, but here on ATIS on VATSIM, they are taking runway 10. Okay, so we'll take 10 as well. So that means I am going to... Can we print this? We can print this, right? Print. Ha. There we go. Map light. Nice. Cool. So it'll take landing performance, sync with the FMS. Oh, it's still disregard. So we have to change the flight plan first. It's a nice feature to see that, because it tells me that I need to change the runway in here first of all. So I'm going to take 10. Take the Zulu 10. The star is going to be the ASRAM 4 Mike now. And we are going to approach via... the fix is... let's have a quick look here. Map approach 19 Zulu. Not 19, 10. And we're going to via Sonax. And then we'll insert that. Perfect. All right, let's try that again with the performance calculation. So we sync the FMS. Now we have runway 10. Let's sync the weather. ATIS. So we say it has 50 at 4, correct? 0 degrees temperature, 1001. And oh, this says runway condition dry. Okay, dry it is. Landing weight is calculated with 202 tons. Yeah, 202 tons is fine. Now, what flap setting do we land in? Now, on the second page here, I've written, when landing performance permits, the best combination to reduce fuel costs and brake disc usage is for the Airbus config 3, reverse idle, and auto brake low. Okay. For the Boeing aircraft, it would be the lowest, the low flap setting, like 25, for example, on the 787, reverse idle, and then auto brake 1 or 2. All right. So what doesn't make sense is if you use config full and then auto brake medium. Now, if you have to use it because the runway is short or conditions are such that you have to have auto brake medium, well, yeah, but you would not go config 3 in this case. You would use config full and auto brake medium, right? It doesn't make sense to go config 3 and auto brake medium, right? So we're going to try that, okay? Let's do config 3, manual landing. Manual. Now, I guess that's brake to vacate. And reverse. Now, this also the thing. If you have the luxury of having a long runway, I would normally have reverse and nose. Why? I would still use the reverse. So if we have them technically available, I would still use them. I'll open the reverse, see that they're working, but then I would use idle reverse because reverse thrust puts a lot of stress on the engines and increases fuel flow again. So if we have the luxury of having reverse and no, we'll do that, okay? Good. So now we can see the landing distance, and this will be the required landing distance. These definitions are sometimes a bit confusing. So this is what the aircraft manufacturer gives you as the required landing distance, 1,410 meters in config 3 manual braking mode, okay? So this what I assume this will be max manual braking, okay? Because if we go back, brake medium, compute that, you see with the brake medium, it's 1,657, and then the factored is 15% addition to the required landing distance. So let me get my calculator. 1657 times 15% is 248 meters, and that's exactly 1906. Oh, hang on. So that's exactly 15%. Now the factored landing distance. Ah, nice, MAN. That's a picture from MAN. He just posted that. So I just overtook him. Oh yeah, you're the A340 then. Nice. Thanks, MAN. Good. Now, for normal landings, we always have to take the factored landing distance as our measurement, okay? So the factored landing distance has to be less than the landing distance available, the LDA, which it is. It's more than 1,000 meters, all right? So, in our case today, we could go brake to vacate, config 3, that's fine, and there's no need for any you know, any you know, considerations like early touchdown and not flare too long or whatever, right? So it's a landing which doesn't really have any bigger risks to it, apart from the normal risks. So we've done that, okay? I've written as well, so usually the lower flap setting used unless factor landing distance is giving you less than 3 millimeter margin to the landing distance available, okay? So, or if you have a steeper glide slope, or tailwind. In that case, I would go with config full. Right. Or anytime you have a runway condition less than wet. So once you get into, you know, compactor snow. In this case, config full it is, right? Good. Does that make sense? So that's the second part that we've taken care of now. Next, we determine our MDA or decision altitude. And last time we talked about, because there was some confusion on why sometimes there's a definition MDA and then sometimes you have DA or DH, right? So let me go for the pins here. Keflavik. Let's get rid of those pins here. There we go. Right. Oh, there's more of the Jeppesen charts, isn't it? Because here the Lido charts, it only gives you a minimum value. Now, one thing you see here though on the Navigraph charts is the following, right? Here, it says MDA. Now, an MDA applies to a non-precision approach. Okay, it's a minimum descent altitude, so that refers to the localizer DME approach, right? So this would be a 2D approach, meaning you only have localizer, you have lateral guidance, but not vertical guidance. Right? The vertical guidance is a calculated path, which you're following with either flight path angle or vertical speed. So 2D approach. So theoretically, here you have a minimum altitude of 1800. You have to respect that until you get to 5.3 indicator Foxtrot. Then you descend. Now, we normally fly a CDFA approach, a continuous descent final approach, right? So we would try to stick to the 3-degree profile, meaning we would try to get these crossing altitudes correct, okay? So we would check at 5 miles, 1730, assuming we don't do temperature corrections, 4 miles, 1400, 3 miles, 1080, and so on, right? So we try to still fly this nice and smooth down on a 3 degrees profile. Theoretically, though, as this is a non-precision approach, you could descend down below the path to MDA. And so the MDA, 410 feet, will assure, since you're over water here especially, will assure terrain clearance and obstacle clearance until you get to the missed approach point. Okay, so it means the MDA is a lowest descent altitude. You could level off, fly along it to the missed approach point, and then start your missed approach. Right, and you would have time until you missed approach point to pick up the runway lines or the runway, and then continue visually. Right, but if you don't, then at the missed approach point you would go around. Now, for the Cat 1 or Cat 2 approach, you only have a decision altitude. So why is that? What is a 3D approach? You're flying along a indicated path, be it from the glide slope angle, glide slope indication, or a vertical path given to you by your flight management system. So in this case, you have a lower minimum, right? And however, once you reach that 310 feet, you go around. You do not level off. You instantly go around if you do not have the visual requirements for the runway or the approach glides and so on, right? So that's the difference between decision altitude and minimum descent altitude. Also, that's an interesting thing. By definition, for the FAA, I checked the books there. by definition, on a 3D approach, you are allowed to slightly dip below the decision altitude. And then I thought, why would they allow that? Simple. Because that 3-degree profile that you are on and its limitations you have to stick with, right? One dot deviation maximum. And the sensitivity of your indications, be it a normal ILS approach on a glide slope or an LPV approach, gives you more sensitivity on these scales as you get closer to the runway. Okay, so 1 dot deviation at, let's say, half a mile is only 7, 8, 9 feet maybe, right? But once you get outside the deviation, you have to go around, right? But also, if you dip below the minimum here, well, where's that going to put you? Well, you are still on the 3-degree profile. You're still in the same profile as you would do to land. So there, again, there's no risk of you hitting anything if you slightly dip below that. Because people were saying that some airlines actually tell their pilots to add 50 feet or 40 feet or whatever to this minimum that's published. Now, we never did. We only flew to this value, and then you heard minimums. Either you had the visual contact or you would go around. Simple as that. Yeah, so Airbus, Airbus, it doesn't matter if it's theoretically, likely or not. It's just a matter of definition. A crossing runway means it's not separated. Hence, it doesn't fulfill the conditions to have the other runway as your Plan B runway. Ghost, I have to see. So for me, I'm trying to. Oh, we're reaching top descent here. I'm trying to get into the kind of the flow again to make videos. I just need to get started, and then I think I'll be able to get some videos out again. Yeah. Yeah, so Airbus, you have to be careful, right? So if by NOTAM, I mean, for the flight sims, it's not so important because the flight sim won't change the runway length, right? But IRL, if the runway is shortened and it's not shown in your calculator, you would have to change the landing distance available in the calculator. Absolutely, yeah. It could be Voyager that some countries you add some buffer, yeah. Good. Let me do the following, guys. Let me go to performance here. Approach performance. And so we're going to go config 3 first of all, and then the minimum bar row is 310 as well for Delta aircraft, Delta 310. So I'm going to put the 310 bar row in here. And while we're here, 310, enter. Temperature was 0. QNH is 1001. We get 1001, and the wind is 50 at 4. So it's always a good idea, while you're going through the preparations, I would also just type those things in here, prepare the MCU or the FMS. It's much easier that way. That way you don't forget things. Good. So we've done the entries there. So now that we've done those two things, actually we're now at 3, right? So we set the MDA or DA. Last thing to do here is check the star, right? You want to check the star with the restrictions. So we have a star. 10 west. There it is. That's the one. Hang on. 01 west. No. 10 east. That's the one. So we want 10 east. Azran 4 Mike, right? So we would check this chart with the restrictions. Let's put this to plan mode. And then we can see the restrictions there. Okay. So let's step down. Good, so Azrun has no restriction. The first restriction is here, Kilo Foxtrot 189. So 189 has 150 or above, correct. Then we have Lalti, 130 above, correct. Then we have Kilo Echo 381, 100 above, correct. And then we have the next one, Kilo Echo 187, 6,000 below, correct. And then we go on to the approach, or the transition. So we have Sonax 3,000 above, 220 knots, correct. Then we have Kilo Fox India. Yeah, okay, double send. Yeah, gotcha. Down we go. Let's go level 200 initially. 200 blue. Yeah, so Kilo Fox 210, 2,200 or above, max 200 knots, correct. And then Madax is going to be at 1,800 for the final descent. There it is. So that's all correct. Good. Now, I'm writing a few things. Now, there are a few things you should try to memorize. Not too much, though. First thing to memorize is the MSA. Okay, so the MSA today is 4,000 feet for us. All around the airport. The thing is, the second thing to try to memorize is the initial missed approach. Now, we also check the missed approach again from the chart, straight ahead, 5 miles. Left turn, max 210, heading 328, climb 3,000. Echo means 5 miles. 3,000 left, 210, climbing 3,000. Correctly programmed, right? So try to initially memorize, because a go around can happen very quickly and out of nothing, right? Out of the blue. So try to memorize the first things you have to do, which altitude climb to, just in case you forgot to set the missed approach altitude and the initial path, right? Exactly, Alvin. So both pilots normally would do that. Yeah, the ghosting sometimes if you're going fast. It is. I'm going to take some speed breaks here. But overall, it's better now with 4.5. Oh, Svenja, hang on. Let me see. Guys, just quickly, I'm going to put myself to daylight, okay? Because we can see beautiful coastline there. I'll go back to manual weather. I actually know this route. I want to make sure that we have live weather. Yeah, live weather it is. Okay, cool. Nice. I like more like the hip cheating. Yeah, no, it's because people requested for the scenery here. But we'll go back to nighttime in a minute. Just looking at the scenery here. And Svenja, yeah, let's have a look if we can pick up the Blue Lagoon somewhere. Someone was saying that it was near a fix. Which fix was that? Let's have a look. Nazbu, right? Just south of Nazbu. Let's go take a fix. Fix info. Keep forgetting. Let's put that in first. Let's go back to arc mode here. There it is. So just past Azrun. Peter, for us, category 2 or category 3 is going to be radial altitude, right? So anything cut 1 would be decision altitude, and then non-precision would be MDA. Fairly simple rule there. Good, we're back on path. Fantastic. Good. So this approach we try to memorize, and then also try to memorize the initial taxi routing. Okay. So again, if we go to the ground chart, so my plan would go to be to vacate Kilo 1 and then Echo November to the apron. Okay. So in this case as well, what we could do, we could try to get to brake to vacate. So runway 10, and then we'll exit at Kilo 1. Kilo 1, enter. Oh, that's meet the threshold. Hang on. Let's do it differently. Let's do it this way. Yeah, I know. Hang on. Give me a second. Plan mode. I know. I'm getting there. Plan mode. And then zoom in. Right, airport map loading. Yeah, so anyway, we've got a few more seconds. I can do the brake to vacate first, and then we will be able to see that. So a beam here. Right, so there we go. Okay, let's zoom in a bit more. So let's go. Take the runway. Set landing runway. Oh, not Kilo 1. Disregard that. I want to vacate. Let's go try. But that's a limit. So that's dry limit there. We should be able to take this one. So it's going to be Mike 1. Yeah, I was still focused on as well. So we're going to vacate here. Mike 1, okay? That's the idea. Mike 1. 1800 meters. Should be okay. Honestly, even with config 3, and yeah, we'll take brake to vacate. And so the last thing to do is going to press the auto brake button there, and that BTV is armed. Excellent. Alrighty, we're in business now. Nice. Cool. Briefing, guys. We went through the things. Arrival, right? So we briefed arrival, landing distance, config 3 approach. Anything special? Threats? Nighttime approach? Weather is good though. Dry runway. I don't see any bigger threats here. So that way is good. And checklist wise, let's see. I don't think we can read it just yet. Yeah, because we need the bar ref to be set for that. Oh really? So if you missed, if you flare for too long, it will say exit missed, and then reverse to maximum. Okay. Right, let's take our window seat here. Oh, beautiful! Look at that. Lovely. Hey, brilliant invader. When you receive a park brake position in cruise and receive a new one on ground, do you sometimes run? Yeah. Absolutely. Brilliant invader, good point. That's always a risk. So the confirmation bias will hit you quite often, yeah. Alright. So of course you've got to be careful. I agree. Yeah. That risk is always there, yeah. Oh, we have the consistent here. Alt star, no. Let's go descend, thrust, descend, alt blue 150. Right, right wing. So Svenja, there's a little mountain here. Is that the Blue Lagoon maybe? There's a little lake there. You have a river. Okay, I mean, well, it happens. Actually, I tell you what. Let me Google it. let's go to Google Maps here. I can't show it online, but I'll go and try to search for it. Blue Lagoon, Iceland. I'm intrigued as well now. I'm trying to find it. So let's go Blue Lagoon, Iceland. There it is. Okay, so Blue Lagoon, Iceland. So it's a town. Let me see. Where's the river? Yeah, it should be. There's an entrance. Where's Grindavik? Because then it should be more like up here. Was that it? No, there's a. Hang on, you're right. There's a little peninsula. Oh, it's even later, is it? Hang on. Is that the one? Yeah, that could be the one. So what we're looking for is we're looking for a peninsula. But this could be it. That there. Yeah, Grindavik. The town should be on the shore, yeah. And then, but it's not a very big peninsula, is it? It's a small peninsula. But it's more towards the shoe there, at the end. Let me find my VFR map here. I can show you this, can't I? I'll go VFR. VFR. Yeah, there we go. Hang on. I can show you this. I'm allowed to show you that here. So here's Grindavik. That's a peninsula, right? So it is actually just before on the arrival, we cross the land. Leveling off again, thank you. Going to descend. Yeah, it's speed out constrained. It's constrained, it's fine, Jacob. So I'm going to go around 6,000 now. So now we have descent out magenta 130. These are the restrictions that the aircraft is following, okay? Good. So I think you can see it now, Svenja. It's this one here. And that should be Grindavik there. And then from there, it's a little bit to the north. And it's going to be Praia. Oh no, just behind that little mountain. So this should be the Blue Lagoon there, Svenja. Yeah, this should be it then. So we have a bit more time to go. No, we were level off just before that. We weren't past the 150 level. No. So all good for now. Let's update the weather again. Information Alpha, new ATIS. So let's check the weather here. So we have 10 in use, 050 at 6 knots. We have temperature 0 and condition 1001 still, so pretty much the same. Information Alpha. Oh, hang on. Did we have wet? No, dry. Condition dry. Still dry. All good. Yes, we'll have a look. We're going to be lower down and a bit closer. So here it is. So we'll have a look again later, okay, once we are closer. Slongberry, so my schedule is as follows. I know it always it's a bit sad when I'm away on a longer break, but I'm on holiday for a bit over 2 weeks, so currently planning to be streaming on the 19th of February again. So it's a bit of a break. But after that, I've got more time. So many weeks where we can do some stuff with failures again as well. For sure. Good. Let's prepare the cabin as well. Let's get seatbelts on. No mobile on. Line lights on. Yeah. Well, I mean, this year we are limited regarding holidays. So, because my older daughter's getting married in August, and so it's now we're having this break now. We've got one break in June, but that's all that's planned. Also, October, but don't tell my wife. Well, she knows. We got a 30th anniversary as well, wedding anniversary. So yeah, we may go away as well. But that's okay. So yeah, 30 years. Can you believe it? So for that, yes, we will go away as well. But that's in October. So thank you, Ian. So again, you know, lots of time at home, right? Lots of time to stream. Oh, and you're right, Ghost. Yes, before we actually have the 30-year wedding anniversary, we have the 10-year channel anniversary as well. Good God, what a year. Lots of celebrations. Blimey. But there we go, Svenja. This should be the Blue Lagoon here, right? It's a bit blurred from this distance, but you get the idea. I think it's the 3rd of September, Voyager. Or 2nd September, but I'll check again. So one more view, one more look at the... that's Grendavik there. And there's a Blue Lagoon, Svenja, just for you. Oh, there's some buildings there. Hang on. Oh, that must be the resort then here. Hey, Pod. Not yet, Pod, no. But I would say, you know, eagerly awaiting as well. I mean... Oh, this could be it. This could be the hotel there. Yeah, yeah. Bit rudimentary, but you get the idea, right? Okay, Svenja, you happy? Then, Svenja, I'll go back to real time, okay? With your permission. Just make sure that we have everything live weather, live time. There's no northern lights at the moment. But you can see the Blue Lagoon here. Lighting looks nice as well. Look, there's that hill. Yeah, so Iceland is on my bucket list as well. Definitely. Good. I'm gonna go down to 2,200 for the approach, and we're gonna dial into the tower 18.3. There's nobody in front of me, it seems. Tower is on, and let's listen in, and then surveillance. Let's put this to TARA and to below as well. Good. Let's set the altimeter. 1001 is set. Lights are on path. Speed is...
Yeah, thank you, Captain. Nathan 62 Julia, surface wind 050 degrees, 6 knots, runway 10, cleared to land.
Cleared land,
yeah, SAS 62 Juliet. Cool. One more thing, what else do I want to do? Checklist, that's it. Let's do the approach checklist. Power ref is now 1001. minimum bar row 310 feet. Runway condition is dry. Yeah, there we go. It's set on dry. And auto brake is brake to indicate is set. And that's the approach check is perfect. Speed limit exceeded. Well, then slow down. Yeah, Pod. So you're in the same kind of scheme of things as well. Yeah. The cool thing is, and one thing I'm looking forward to is, you know, I've missed a lot of time with my children, as I was away a lot. So now that I'm at home, I'm really hoping to be able to spend lots of time with the grandchildren once they are arriving. So that's something I'm looking forward to. Beautiful. Right. Let's take one more zip. Voyager, that's a demonstration between A350 and A340. So I think we did show that quite nicely. Good. Let's do the approach now. So let me put LS keys on. And we have India Kilo Foxtrot identified. Fantastic. There we go, MAN. But, I mean, hopefully today, MAN, I'm going to try everything possible to see you landing today, okay? I'm going to go selected speed here.
Captain Avian.
And activate approach
Captain
phase.
Avian 62 Juliet, welcome to Keflavik. Taxi to stand 14 via Mike and November. Good evening.
Mike November.
Stand 14 via Mike and November. Scan 6 Juliet, taxi to Mike.
Mike November. Mike November. Yeah, pretty much straightforward. So we take Mike 1, Mike November. And then hopefully... I'm not sure how many heavy gates we have. Is it possible to select it now? No, not yet. Yeah, that's true. Ah, beautiful. Look, that's the runway. There's the airport. Fantastic. And here comes flaps 1. Speed going managed. Speed checked. Oh, yeah. Good. I'm going to press the approach button here. We have Glasser Blue, Lock Blue, Land 3 Dual, Autopilot 1+2. Nice sounds. Yeah, it's rare to overtake people, that's true. Yeah, I could step down to 1800, but I'm going to... It's checked. But I'm going to start out of 2200 here. Flaps 2, speed is checked, flaps 2. Oh, that's a very short... moving time there. Cool. Let's do that. Keflavik Tower. Good evening to you, Speedbird. 824 heavy on the ILS-10. Not star.
Speedbird 824 Keflavik Tower. Good evening to you. Service wind 050 degrees 6 knots, runway 10, cleared to land.
10 cleared to land. Thank you, Speedbird 824. So out, glide stop start. Missed approach 3000 is set. Here comes gear down.
Ice 6 Hotel, taxi to hold point runway 10 via November 13, November Charlie and Kilo.
Taxi to holding point runway 10, November 13.
And flaps 3 for final setting. Out the spoilers. I love the sounds. Alright, landing checklist. Checklist complete. Clear to land. The wind a bit from the left, 6 knots, so it'll slow down a bit. Let's do some manual flying. And manual thrust. Manual flight. Approach 1. That was the triple click there. So let's see how we land this thing. Let me get that one as well. We could theoretically and practically. Oh. I don't know where the light switch or the brightness switch is. Let's do that.
Keflavik Tower, wonderful, good evening. Windmill
1000.
3, now turning final for the ILS 10.
Oh, there it is. Oh, you're right. Yeah.
Windmill 693, Heathrow.
Hey.
Good evening to you.
Oh, it's still wrong. You see the pitch marker there?
One landing ahead.
The flight path vector.
Continue approach, one landing ahead.
That should be on the threshold. They still have not fixed that. And the horizon line, yeah, it's a bit high as well, that's true. Oh, no, I don't like that. Guys, I don't like... Ah, well, I'll see through that.
500.
Getting a bit low here, according to the light stop indication.
400. 300. 200. Minimum.
Right, there we go. So it's slightly lower. Oh, it's still very sensitive right now. Pitch mode.
100. 60. 50. 40. 30. 20. 5.
Right, we got speed brakes. Reverse in green. Oh, auto brake off. No, didn't want to do that. So closing the reverser, I didn't know that. Is that correct? Closing the reverser actually deactivates the auto brake. No, it doesn't. It doesn't make sense, does it? No.
Speedbird 824, welcome to Keflavik. Taxi to stand 12 via Mike. November 13, good evening.
Mike, November 13 to stand 12. Good evening. Thank you so much, Speedbird 824. Oh, yeah, I'm still in reverse, you're right. There we go.
Windmill 693, service wind 05.
But, yeah, but then again, why?
Runway 10.
I'm confused here. Why did the auto brake kick out?
Clear to land, runway 10, windmill 693.
Oh, let's see. Where is it in? Just a second here. Oh, here he is. He's quite close. All right. So we've got to catch him. So Mike, November, and November 1, and then stand 12. Let's get a print shot here. So stand 12 is here at the corner.
Have a good evening, Beluga 113.
Ah, 13 there. So 13 and then 12. Cool. All right. That's true. It happens on the FENIX thing as well, yeah.
113. Perfect Tower. Good evening. You're cleared to London Heathrow.
So I'm going to taxi very slowly now.
Departure off of runway 10.
And then we'll have a look for the
flight
threshold.
level 270 and set score 3460.
Runway. Let's take runway 10.
Cleared Heathrow to Oscar Bravo departure of 10. Climb by the set level 270 score.
So this time I remembered.
Beluga 113, reback correct, QNH 1001.
1001, Beluga 113.
You know what? I have a feeling something in the hardware triggers the go around. Yeah, so something is happening. I'll have to check that, why that is going to go. Really, really weird. Sure. Yeah, something with the key bindings, I agree. Oh yeah. Oh, nice. Nice. Not a long flare, but you had a nice break there. Beautiful. Looked very good.
Ice 6 Hotel.
I have a feeling as well it's something to do with key binding somewhere. So let me get GSX in here. The flare was alright.
113.
So that's gate number 12. Select.
Windmill 6903.
Yeah, you're right.
Left onto Mike.
Review panels.
Welcome to Keflavik. Taxi to stand 70 via Mike. November 14.
Yes, we're doing one more flight. We're going back to London. I'm not strict on time. It is weekend, so we're going to have a quick break, 10 minutes break, and then I'll jump into the A380 from fly-by-wire.
Beluga 113, stand 46.
And then we're going to fly back to London Heathrow.
South tug release point 9er, QNH 1001.
Special set approved, table 2.9, QNH 1001.
To calculate the pressure altitude from QNH. Well, I mean, it's 30 feet per 1 hectopascal, if that's what you mean.
Ice 6 Hotel, when airborne, one to advisory frequency on 122.8, surface wind 050 degrees 6 knots, runway 10, you're cleared for takeoff, bye bye.
So now I'll do one more thing here, surveillance.
Takeoff 01,
bye-bye.
And also weather radar off. Right, here's 13. And then stand 12. Ooh, that's a sharp turn here. Yeah, it's nice. So, you know, if things are working and you don't have any crashed desktops, WASM crashes and that sort of stuff, the aircraft with its avionics is nice, and the sounds are great here, I have to admit. The twitchiness has gotten better as well, but personally, I would add a bit more curvature on the at least the pitch axes. It did feel a bit twitchy again. Right, 35K is correct. Let's line up the aircraft. Lol. Which one do we trust now? We'll go with this one. Two separate things. I'll go with this one. One is from Aerosoft and one is from the airport. Right, park brake should be set. APU should be available. It is. Leads on, and then let's switch off the engines. Good. Engines are spooling down. Oh, hot brakes there. Look at that. 300. That's not hot per se, but brake fan on. Right, that off. Beacon off. Seatbelts. And fuel pumps. And then we're good for checklist. Alright, let's read the parking checklist. Engines off. park brake. So park brake is set and wing lights. Wing lights? Eh? It is off. Right, off, and that's the parking check is complete. Nice! I don't know about Bruno. I mean, maybe because I haven't switched off the transponder yet. But yeah, no, that's wrong. Yeah, I agree. That shouldn't be there. By logic, this shouldn't be there. But anyways, today, no big complaints. It was an enjoyable flight. So, I have nothing to complain. Nothing to moan about. Very nice. So welcome to Keflavik. Avimar, yes, I'll upload it. It will be maybe updated. But I'll upload it in the next few minutes, Avimar, on the subscriber channel, right, on Discord. So subscriber files. Cool. And give me 10 minutes. I'll be back again in the A380 from Fly-by-Wire. See you in a few minutes. And thanks so much for the Pilot 19 €5 donation. Thanks so much as well for all the resubs. If you like, see you in a few minutes. Otherwise, I will see you on the 19th of February, maybe. See you soon. See you here, exactly. Oh, Ghost, thanks for the reminder. Thank you. Updating right away. Thank you so much, Ghost.